Good evening. Welcome in, everybody. It's time. That time again for the thing you've been waiting for so long, and we are so back. That's right. It is none other than the AEL University Elite Series, brought to you by Maxi and Empress EK. Today is the day, and I'm so happy to be here. Emp, how are you feeling about this new season?
Feeling excited! It is an absolute banger to be here once again with you, and of course, it is time to experience all the change-ups, all the new patches, and of course, exactly what kind of mix packs we're going to be getting this season. So it's very, very nice.
That's right. Very, very nice. And you know what else is nice? Our sponsors. So without further ado, let's say a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But, you know, I'm feeling a bit peckish, and I don't know who to turn to. But Emp, do you know who I can call?
Oh yeah, it is Indomie, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Mega Rain will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
Beautiful. Love it. Absolutely love it. We love our sponsors, and we love to see some Marvel Rivals on the horizon. We got games, and we are going to check out exactly which games are going to be on stream today. It is none other than Swinburne taking on UNSW to kick things off right around the corner with Deacon facing off against UTS at 8 p.m. Following suit, it's QUT taking on Monash. And at 10 p.m., it's going to be Macquarie taking on RMIT. And Emp, how are you feeling about this new season with all these, new teams, returning teams? I'm excited. I'm pumped up.
I actually think this is going to be a pretty nice of an opener because we've seen most of these teams they did quite well last season, right? We've seen some Swinburne just fly out of the gates. They experimented with here and there and had a really good time. SW obviously a massive showing coming through. I'm just going through I remember QT having the best time of their life as well. But more than anything, we have Monash UTS here. These two teams, I'm really looking towards what they're going to be bringing up tonight, if there's going to be any changes, and of course, the mix-ups, right? We got to talk about all those mix-ups that these guys potentially can bring tonight.
Absolutely. I'm really curious what all the teams have been cooking in the lab between seasons, because obviously last season of the Elite Series, we did have a different dynamic in game as well. We're on season 2 in game, and now we're into season 3. We've got new heroes we can play around with. We got the Phoenix available now, and Blade going to be right around the corner. Curious when they'll be available in competition, but definitely keen for that to get on the battlefield as well. So, the dynamic is just ever evolving with Marvel Rivals, and really excited to see how our teams navigate that, because yeah, it's just great to see how adaptable the game is becoming. But you know what else is going to be becoming? We are going to be becoming gamers on stream with our first match of the night. Swinburne taking on UNSW. Amp, I'm pumped up. Let the games begin.
Yeah. Let this one roll and look at Swinburne. Their side Sugar, Junkler Fang, Nanobo, Moxicles. Man, some of these names are really cool to say. Moxicles. Alright. Lunafra. And going to the side of UNSW, we've got Frost, Runk, Lick, Yuwang, Nuver, and Rez. Yep. I think that I remember Rez here. Yeah, it is. It's going to be really good. Lots of returning players coming in from the last season, and a lot of new ones here. So interested to see what they're going to be bringing.
Absolutely. Really curious to see exactly what they're going to be bringing. It's been great to see these players pumping themselves up inside the Elite Series competition, even outside competition. I've seen some of our players come together and form other squadrons to really do their best. So very keen to see how things go for them into this one. I reckon it's going to be fun times ahead for each and every one of these players, and I just can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do. I think that is a very strong side on UNSW. We've seen them all before. Frost definitely player to watch there, as well as the rest of their squadron. So curious to see how things are going to go down. And speaking of going down, we're going down into our first map.
Well, as we always have it in the AEL, you gotta prove yourself in the beginning if you want to capture some of this, and you gotta perform. Especially since the beginning to open that statement. I will dare say, with different maps, a lot of different kind of team ups will be utilized here. I will quickly gather your thoughts, Matsy. Who do you think has the best team up now since we hit patch 3.5?
Ooh, tough one. I think that there's a lot of great team ups that are available in 3.5, but
Hmm.
the one that I really like and it's playing into that new Fantastic Four movie is that First Steps team up coming out from
Yeah.
the thing and Johnny Storm there. I love it. You just get he gets the riot on his back, just like
Yeah.
it's great to see, honestly. No, I love to see that coming into effect there. And yeah, it's gonna be awesome if we see that in this one. But it ain't happening yet. We are gonna be getting into the pick and protector phase right now. UNSW hovering the Emma Frost Loki gonna be taken out there by Swinburne. So curious to see how things play out from here, because we've got a pick now from UNSW, following by a ban from Swinburne.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that we're still having the full focus with Emma. I think it's still very strong as a meta tank coming through. Lots of crowd controls and things that you don't want to be dealing with, which is respectable. Luna's going to be the protect, which by all means, Luna throughout the patches has never been weak. But did I just see a ban onto Bruce Banner? So that's going to be interesting, and a protect on Magneto. Okay, so all this tells me right now is that they don't want to be dealing with the strongest out of the tanks that the survivability. They don't want the fights to be lasting for too long.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense the direction they're going. Playing into those high strength vanguards there, fanning out the primary strategist in Luna Snow there. Fate of Both Worlds is definitely going to be just such a high factor that they have to consider there, and they don't want their opponents to have access to that. So that's really going to limit Swinburne's options there. But eager to see what the next bands are going to look like here. Time is ticking. They have to make a decision. Cloak being hovered. That is massive. Taking out that strategist and letting the Eternal Bond be just stolen away is crazy. Like, this really limits the strategist potential from Swinburne here. But taking out the duelist there on Johnny Storm, that's going to limit some of their eye in the sky ability.
Yeah, I think this is more of a targeted ban. We had a lot of times where there was just going to be nothing. Okay, so leaving it open for the options here. Super says we don't care what's going to be happening. You can already, set our fate through on what we potentially are going to be playing. So I guess that can also be an ego protect coming through. But onto UNSW, it's not going to be the same thing. They are hovering that Johnny Storm ban, and that's going to be it. And so both teams right now are telling a very different story, right? Where you saw UNSW is targeted towards the front and the back. It's got nothing to do with DPS. But Swinburne, they've had a little bit of a mix back here and there. Looks like they are just trolling around the waters to see what they can potentially bring out in this first round.
Yeah, so it looks like Psylocke going to be locked in for the Duelist Protect there for UNSW. So not too shabby. Looks like Iron Man is the further protect there for Swinburne as well. So they are playing into some of that Sky potential, and Iron Man going to be picked out immediately. You can see some of those Lord icons as well. These players have definitely played a lot of those characters, and having that Magneto and Strange team, in the front line there for the Vanguards, definitely going to be a lot of fun to play with. But look like they're playing into the Guardians team up there for Swinburne here. So that Guardians team up is actually going to get phased out once Season 3.5 does get activated there. So going to be a bit of an issue for those Guardians of the Galaxy. But, we'll see. We'll see what they can come up with here. We do get into the game and now. I love to see a bit of Venom as well. You don't see the Dive Vanguards too often anymore, but definitely fun when you do. And I love how they have the cap as well there. They can definitely play very in your face. It's going to be difficult to deal with those Vanguards.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, Guardian's definitely going to be rethinking the strategy. I believe Mantis and Loki has one of the stronger team ups right after, and they will amplify and heal at the same time. But at the same time, coming back into this game, SW has a very dive heavy comp. You do have Nuber that's going to be looking with Lick, on the off angles, already bring up some nice meters. They know they can block this up really quickly. Lick already using the position, getting a nice cover all around. Rest coming to the front. They are going to find side. So 1 DPS down in the beginning means that they can't really be contesting. And this Venom is just causing a whole bunch of havoc onto the backside. Not much more can be given right now, but Moxicles is gone.
Yeah, great KOs coming out from the Psylocke here. Nuba is locked in. Moxicles will be brought back online though, so good to at least stay on track there. But the triple KO will be locked in from Nuba right now. Their teammates jumping in on the action as well, doubling down for rest there. So they're really doing a great job of just solidifying their position over the mission area there and looking to set up a fortress, so to speak, over this choke point. Like, they can't get past them, and Venom is just ready to pounce.
Wow, look at the amount of pressure. They completely box in, going straight in. Here comes Jeff. He's going to get just a little bit of a chomp at the same time. All the DPS is coming through with Lick mopping up into the back. Jeff having the best time of his life, healing all the faraway dive team as well. There is no one that can actually go out. So Swinburne, while they have tried to experiment the time a little bit, they haven't been given the opportunity to really make it out of the base.
Yeah, I think UNSW is doing a solid job of just holding down this choke point, like not giving Swinburne really an opportunity to get past them at all, but it really makes sense. Like, they're just full focused on one area. Dance to the Butterfly coming out from Nuba as well, just slowly but surely dismantling any offense that they try and bring their way. But all the meanwhile, Swinburne has managed to dismantle the Vanguards there, so they are starting to break through. They do have the Invincible Pulse gun available, as well as Meteor M there, so they definitely can get something. But here comes the Freedom Charge from Rez here. It's their time to keep hold of the point here and see if they can bring more to the table.
Oh, right there, he did spot the Iron Man, looking at the ult, trying to deflect it, but nothing's going to happen. There's going to be the piece as well coming through. Fully invested. Everyone is going for a Meteor M. That's the whole kitchen sink being thrown by both sides. And I tell you what, it looks like Swinburne finally was able to get a little bit of foothold into this first round. While they are going to mop up Nova, there is going to be a little bit of a disjoint action coming through. I have to just wait for UNSW to come back in, so they are going to both just reset. Meanwhile, Swinburne having the first little bit of luck and success coming through. They are going to be happy about it. And UNSW, it is time to find a little bit more, but there is going to be a full kick to Moxicles. He is going to get the rest coming up. At the same time, they are going to have to sacrifice a ton for this.
Yeah, great sacrifices, and it could cost them. They are slowly but surely being KO'd out. The percentage is not much to be gained here, so unless they can get a strange portal on point, that's just going to be that. Nicely done by UNSW there on Bernard T'Challa. They managed to take control nice and early in the Stellar Spaceport, but now Swinburne, they're going to have to reflect when we push our way into the Imperial Institute of Science here. Like, it was great to see the change up of momentum towards the end there. They were able to get onto the point, get a bit of control of their own, but because UNSW did such a great job of stalling them out in the early game, building up their percentage to 90, 95, after they won that last team fight, it was just easy as spreading butter there. They did manage to get it over the top. But I can see there's some change-ups coming through from Swinburne here, so this could be the saving grace. Like, I'd love to see the Hulk coming out for the Vanguard. That could be a great way to deal with some of these dive comp type Vanguards coming out from the UNSW side here.
I think just having a little bit of a memory refresh from last season, Jocelyn does have pretty sick Vanguards coming through, and he was one of the Hulk players that was very confident with his pick. Maybe we will be looking at a couple of stronger and the to play to counter the Venom. Meanwhile, Frost definitely having a great time. There's going to be Strange Portal as well. Really just giving that explosion coming through to see the rest of the stuff that they are going to just double check, acknowledge that this is going to be the one, but Nova quickly finds the one with Leak finding the rest. Yu the Wang, looking at the spectacular spin, finds pretty much everything that they need in order to capture. And as the rest is just playing into it, I believe Swinburne is going to have to rethink their strats.
Yeah, really going to have to rethink how they maintain course on this one, because UNSW managed to claw their way onto the mission area again and getting control nice and quickly here. Let's see if Swinburne can figure a way out of this one. I do like the change up onto the Wolverine, though. This could definitely be something they could play into. Maybe they can play into the Phoenix team up as well. There's a lot of potential there. We'll see which direction they take it. Roster doing a great job on the front line again. Does have the Feast of the Abyss available if they want to dive in a little deeper, but it looks like Nova's going to be the one to get the KOs through. Dance of the Butterfly, so graceful there. Freedom Charge coming through as well. Everything is getting locked into this one. No one else is going down, but when it's Jeff's time, it's time to dine in. Feast on these KOs. About to come over the edge there. Look at that. See you later. Oh, one's still alive, though. Still kicking. They've taken it with them. Oh, Chocolate Fiend. Revenge.
Oh, you just gotta do it. You have to do it to Jeff, right? When it comes down to Chocolate Fiend and says, you know what, I got no good targets, let me just take you out with me. You know, you've already taken 3 of us with it. Either way, look, he is now having a good time. For Spider-Man, now he's also Iron Kid. He's just causing a whole bunch of havoc. I gotta give it to him. He's just having a whole good time at the back. No one's really trusting him. He has no pressure to just completely heal and then right after provide that support. And he says, alright, if anyone's gonna be flying, I'm gonna be aiming at him. If there's anyone at the back, guess what? There's gonna be the DPS, and meanwhile talking about DPS, that front completely melted by you win the one.
Yeah, great to see the Iron Fist coming out in the end here. You know, definitely very close to Living Chi as well. So, could be exactly what they need to get over the line here. Dance of the Butterfly coming out from Nova again, though. Looking to activate the final judgment, but the final call is just a little too far away. And Bernard T'Challa will be secured by UNSW. So, solid stronghold in the beginning of this series here. Very curious to see how the next map or two could play out for them, but it's MVP time, and it's going to be Lick on the Ultron playing that strategist to a T there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Lick, uncontested, flying and dominating the sky. You can see just how much problems that he was being into the back. Swinburne, initially, they wanted to lock in with the Iron Man, but then right after, it did not work out because you know, you have everyone just looking and melting the Iron Man. There's no cover for him. And at the same time, you know, Swinburne struggled to fully fund the foothold. And yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's only the first one coming out of this series. So I'm looking for a little bit of a response coming from Swinburne. Hopefully, they can bring us to a further map. So
yeah, I'm hopeful of the same outcome. You know, I think that they had a rough gig in the start of that first map there in Bernard T'Challa. I think that they struggled to really get a grasp of how UNSW were approaching that one. But I think we did see some semblance of recovery, I suppose, towards the end of the first point, as well as a little bit into the second one there. But they just weren't able to get themselves in the right positions there. And, you know, they were trying things. And I admire them for that. You know, I was hopeful that the Wolverine would get them a little bit more than it did. We did have that one little moment. You know, they took the Jeff with them. That was a bit of fun. You love to see that. But yeah, unfortunately, just facing their fair share of struggles there. So really curious to see what their road to recovery could look like. You know, do they put a bit more focus into the Veto coming into the next map? Maybe try and play around some more of their team ups there, see if they can get a bit more potential. You know, we did see, I think, the Guardian team up little preview there. They didn't play into that one though, but I mean, you know, could be online soon. But speaking of online soon, like we got map 2.
yeah, it is time. Yeah, it's gotta play it really well. Map number 2, I do have to say, if you weren't able to complete that first circuit as well as you would have liked, I think map number 2 is time to change up your front line, your DPS. I think traditionally it was okay, but then because of the dive comp, there wasn't as much of flexibility as you would have liked, especially when it comes down to it. I do like the switching to a Wolverine. However, we always need Wolverine with a new team up, and hopefully a little bit of a off tank as well, because Wolverine right now, the current patch with Phoenix at the back, I know it's a little bit more unnerving to play because Phoenix has to be consistent in trying to provide that DPS for the front line to finish, and the finishing power is not as great as what you would find with a Hela, but eventually it might just be able to close out the gap.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that they are going to be able to, I suppose, grasp onto that and be able to close that gap, because a series I love is a series that's competitive, and I'm very curious to see how the teams shape up in the beginning of the season here and how it will compare to the end of the season. I love to see this developmental journey, but speaking of the journey, it's time for the Pick Fan Protect, and I'm loving the hovers already. Mr. Fantastic for Nonobo there. Surely not, but the Phoenix is a hover as well, so curious to see how that'll go down, but you know what's going down already? We're playing a bit of Deja Vu. We got Emma Frost banned out, Loki following suit with the Protect potentially onto the Hulk.
Okay, this could be a very interesting switch up. Frost here recognizing that the Hulk has really good potential power for Convoy, and especially into this map, I think Hulk is one of the better picks along to have around, and you still have a better move to the back. And this is just one of these preemptives. You can see Swinburne targeting Nova here. No more Dance of the Butterfly, no more off angles for you. You're doing too well, and that's exactly what they want. Cloak and Dagger though being protected, which is huge.
Yeah, I think that's a great protect coming out from Swinburne there, because you saw like a lot of strategists got banned out by UNSW in the last one there. So not having access to the Eternal Bond in Cloak and Dagger, not having access to Lunar Snow there, caused a lot of problems for Swinburne, but at least they do have access to one of the prime strategists in Cloak and Dagger this time. You can see UNSW potentially playing into that Lunar Snow ban again, so both teams not going to have access to Fate of Both Worlds in this one, and it just goes to show the power of that ultimate and the power of Lunar Snow in general. So very curious to see how the rest of this landscape is going to be navigated here. What else can they protect for Swinburne here? Do they prioritize, there it is, a Prime Vanguard in Magneto, considering their frontline potential shielding there? Definitely makes a lot of sense to come through, but here we go again, Amp. The torch has been extinguished.
It just means that you don't get to see the ultimate drop. That's pretty much the only thing that they say. But at the same time, this is an excuse for themselves that they can, obviously go for whatever that they wish to go for. Because I think if you're from UNSW right now, you can literally play, whatever you want. Right? You can go in with a mixed bag. They're pretty confident when it comes to the engagers. I dare say the DPS coming through, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a mixed bag, because if they were confident enough to play around Spider-Man and diving in, they're going to be just fine. This one. And there is going to be a Black Panther. For now, League obviously is going to be staying on that Ultron. Wait a second.
Oh. No, Mr. Fantastic. Black Widow, though. Okay. You don't see that one every day, but I know that there are some really great Black Widow players out there. So definitely curious to see how Yu Wang the One is going to play that character there. Oh, side are going to be playing into Black Panther, so not playing into the Phoenix this time. Makes a lot of sense, though. I think that Phoenix is a bit of a niche character. You're either really great at it or you're not. So it's great to see that they're playing into their strengths there. I think that maybe one of the characters that doesn't have as much impact as some of the other duelists, but there's always potential. Speaking of potential, though, looks like Nonobo just saying hello from the spawn point there. Hi, guys. We'll see how things go, but that was a little bait. I saw Frost on Emma Frost, but now it's Hulk time, and it's time to get into action.
Yeah, look at that. Portal in the face instantly. There is going to be a mirror face-off, and Side is going to find the target first. Quickly chucks a few more spears. Last one to find this, but you went the one on the Spidey. He's going to be finding a few kills with Link and Rez, and all of a sudden that front line in the back, half the team just got wiped for no reason. And while they were okay in the beginning, now definitely there is a Spider-Man problem.
Well, they better get the bug spray. Otherwise, they're going to be in a bit of trouble, aren't they? But you know what else is trouble? We've got the Fantastic Four team up coming out from a Swinburne Kia. So really great to see that one come online. Mr. Fantastic activated with the Invisible Woman and the Thing there. So I think the Thing is going to be great to try and keep the front line alive. Really great shield breaker for Swinburne here. But I mean, UNSW, they don't have any shields. So it might not work out as great as they'd like. They are already feeling the effects of that. UNSW relegating them into the corner there, slowly but surely KOing them out. And getting ever so close to pushing the mission vehicle over the line. And there you go. It's the first checkpoint locked in.
Yeah, that's so much of a shame. As soon as they wanted to dive in, the backline got picked apart by Spider-Man. And of course, by the Jeff. Grunk really running this one, supporting you when the one. They are already set up with the second capture point. They are ready to completely stab into the back. Also, of course, gets put up with Lunafra. And just like now, there is a hole. You can't just come out here, right? You want to do something, you're going to have to stick through so much damage. And the tanks themselves, they're not getting sustained. There's just too much pressure. While there is going to be a little bit of a reshuffle to what Swinburne wants to do, ultimately, you know, they haven't felt the need, or they haven't felt the solution just yet. I mean, they're trying everything that they can, but at this second, everything that they're throwing is just being completely taken apart.
Yeah, they're getting ripped apart piece by piece here, and it plays into the potential of the Hulk there, doesn't it? Where they can jump in the sky and just annihilate their opponents. Grunkle Bonting, really great to pick up both strategists there and nullify any healing potential that Swinburne would have had. Eternal Bond is going to come out from a Luna front there, but I don't know if it's going to be the right timing because their team nowhere near them. I mean, it's great. They can stall the point a little bit longer there, but mission vehicle has now set its course, and over that second checkpoint it will go. Invincible Pulse Cannon doesn't hit anything as well. What could have been, Ebb?
I actually really like that angle. And credits to Frost for recognizing the sound, instantly turns, and here comes the Bast Descent. Gets a little bit of a reset, gets the marks, but nothing more further. You can see Side desperate, trying to get something, but at the second, the momentum is just completely on the side of UNSW. They can still keep it rolling. Range of Ultron. Here we go. As I say, yeah, there's a lot more. Meteor M trying to snipe him. Look at Moxicus' life gets taken down. Looking at Lunafra as well. It's just a complete wipe coming out. UNSW focusing completely on the strategist. This is going to be the backup. Beast also involved just to get a little bit more going. And you can see Mr. Fantastic Ninobo trying to find any semblance of a resistance, but there is none.
Yeah, little to no resistance there. UNSW got plenty of time available, and now they're trying to imprison Swinburne within the spawn point here. Got both Vanguards online. Jeff picks up a nice feast in Jonklafine there, and they are taking them far, far away from the mission vehicle, allowing more flexibility for UNSW to push theirs one step further again. But Vanguard still going to be online, not for long. Jonklafine is down. Their teammates getting targeted out one after the other. Rage of Ultron comes out, keeping them at bay longer and longer, whilst this mission vehicle gets pushed closer and closer to the edge here. 4 meters is all that remains. The Eternal Bond is keeping them online, but for how long?
Oh, I'll say that Final Desperation might be something to buy them just a little bit more, as Moxico is switching off as well. Back into Ultron, gotta be careful, gets traded here. It's not what you want to do right in front of the final capture point. You see you win the wall, swinging back and forward, fighting the targets, but because there is no target for him to play around with, he's just offering that support, but Rez picks up 2 instantly, make it a 3rd one. And yes, there is the fantastic bounce, but the effect is very, very little, as the rest of UNSW is looking for the full capture.
Yeah, looking to get it over the line. 0.31 meters, surely they can get it over, but Swinburne are being so tenacious in these final moments. Oh, the ult comes out from Namor as well. Everything's going down here. But alas, They will finally get it over the line. 2.5 minutes on the clock there. A lot of flexibility coming out from UNSW here. And it's time for the side switch. Will Swinburne be able to emulate similar success here? Will we see some prime potential from Mantis bring out the Soul Resurgence? Will the Goddess of Death be able to serve up a tasty feast of KOs here? We'll see how things go. They're playing into that Guardian team up again, it would appear. So let's see what they can come up with the triple strategist setup. This could be exactly what they need.
This is, well, they're going to have to do a lot of survivability. I got to say, when it comes down to it, UNSW pretty much ran them over with Spider-Man. And you win the one. You know, he just kept on waiting for his opportunity, and Swinburne felt disjointed in their play. And so the first 2 points literally went uncontested. You know, first you have to deal with the Spider-Man, then after that you have to deal with a Jeff that was just too happy to be playing around. And so, looking at this, I think, okay, we are looking at a full strength portal. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, we are setting up. Oh, no. We are full setting up here. This is going to be a full set, isn't it, UNSW?
I'm scared of what... Oh, no!
Oh, God.
Played straight into the mines there. That is absolutely insane tech coming out from UNSW there. I don't know if I've seen that one before, but I am very intrigued as to how that played out. But you know what else is playing out? We got the Thing team up with Wolverine right now. So let's see how that one goes down here. So we are going to be holding back on this one. KO comes down into Moxicles there. We'll see if they can find another one around the back here. Oh, Frost in a bit of trouble. Does get punished. Swinburne finding their mark on this one. They've already made it halfway.
Yeah, this is a really good start coming in from Swinburne. It does show signs of life, and they are going to be fighting a few juicy targets. In the meantime, while there's still going to be a lot more contesting, they're going to have to try to focus everything down. You can see you win the one. You jump in. Frost is going to find Lunapra onto the back. That is resistance being made. Gotta be careful here as Moxicles gets picked up by Lick. And it's just going to be UNSW. All Reds coming back in. They are going to make a little bit of a blockade. And, of course, we're going to get the Stairway to Heaven. There is going to be the full send UNSW. While they're having fun, the rest of Swinburne is feeling the pain.
Ooh. Oh. They're meditating right now. Rez is meditating, building up energy to try and bring a Spirit Bomb onto the point, it would appear. Moxicle's going to get KO'd out. You win the one. Nice catch there. Shoves the opposing Wolverine straight into their team. Rez is still meditating. I'm kind of curious what's going to happen when Rez activates there, but you know what is activating? Eternal Bond and Soul Resurgence. Both strategists going to be online right now. Lick in a bit of trouble. Can get into the cocoon with the Atom team up coming through there. So at least they're going to be able to bring themselves back. Spectacular spin coming out though. Here it goes. It's the Soul Resurgence for Nonobo there. Doing their best to keep their team alive and well. But Press not going to be so well.
Yeah, I thought he was having one of those Naruto moments, you know, pain. He was like at the world show. No. It's just too good. In the meantime, coming back into this, there's 3 health survivability from you and the one. He is waiting for the health back. He just wants to be left alone, but Nonobo is not going to give him that point. Lick is going to trade him out though. Oh my goodness. Nice start and recovery from Moxicles. That's front cross. There's going to be the rebirth from Nonobo as well. So first point captured is great. But right now, you know, Swinburne needs a little bit more. Time is still not on the side, you said. Oh, throw it! What do we get?
We get a little slice of everything, don't we? As Nova goes down to side there. So Swinburne really starting to find their true momentum on this one, and very eager to see how things play out. A clobbering time are going to be coming out there. Not going to be able to do too much with it, but the KOs are getting traded left, right, and center. Strategist is down, but we're born again, or not. Nice KO from Frost there, taking down Jonquil Fiend, looking for more. You wang the one on the torch, manages to burn them to a crisp. and they hold on strong to the mission vehicle.
Oh, a little bit of a miss on the uppercut right there on the return with Frost, but doesn't matter because when you are gonna buff your DPS, they are gonna be providing. And so looking at some prime time to be playing the payment game, 2 minutes and 40 left. They do have to go through a few ults here that's being banked. They do have some wells for themselves, but at the same time, there's just a lot of pressure. While there's a double is going to be quite good, Frost is going to get taken down, but it's 2-for-1 trade, and this Mantis is still just too much. As Sugar Daddy, he gets taken down, but Nova is now on the Iron Man, and they are fighting targets upon targets.
Targets upon targets, everything is going right here, and they are going to be looking to target them, potentially into the spectacular spin. Maybe not. The heals come out just at the right time there. So, lucky for them. KO's coming out. There's a little res coming out onto Nova. So, can use that passive there. But, see if they are going to be able to find more out of it. Frost and UNSW are locked in on this defense right now.
Oh. This is a bit of a problem. Ronk is going to get taken down into through breath, but that's going to be just fine. He is going to make it out alive. But at the same time, speaking, Winburn, they have made a really good capture point into the first one. Momentum was onto their side. They're able to recover, but right now they're playing onto the two side. Moxicles does find a little bit of an angle, but instantly gets taken down. There is good spray. But everyone is just being taken down. Yes, there is going to be some resurgence, but right after that, it's just so much DPS. Here we go. Do we get more?
Do we get more? We sure do. Triple KO coming out from Frost. What more can they do? You ain't the one. Good for the Supernova as well. Doubling into their own triple KO here. So it's tripled all the way round. But we'll see if they are going to find much more from this one. Lick still holding strong there, trying to face them off as a strategist. I love the confidence from our strategist there, but we'll see what else they can manage to navigate out of this one. They hold back a second longer here. Rez prepared. Faster not able to be activated, but the KO is.
I like how they're all going for the same health pack at the same time. And Frost goes, thank you, that was mine first, I'm gonna have to wait. Oh no, did I just see twin portals from this friend just to block it off? Frost and Ronk both down for the count, but there's just no more time left. We're on OT. They have to stick and capture. While they do have multiple members on it and they're desperate to get there, to maybe finish you on the one to cut him off, maybe, just maybe they will find it as the back support has come through. Here we go, Swinburne has one opportunity.
One opportunity, we'll see if they can manage it here. They are going to be holding on in OT, giving it their all. Karmic Revival comes out though. Rez does manage to bring Nova back. Rez doing their best, trying to hold on here. There's so much more they can activate. Runk activates as well, and the KOs are coming out. It's Strange time. Looking to bring out the Maelstrom of Madness as well. Getting that damage through there. Why not? You'll love to see it, but we'll see if they can hold on a while longer. Spectacular spin online could be exactly what they need to get them over the line here. Or maybe they don't need it at all. One player standing. And just like that, it's over and out. UNSW, take the dub.
2, 3.
Oh, GG! UNSW, that was some spectacular plays. And I gotta say, if a general strategist kept on holding on, it was just gonna be the greatest of nights. And look at that. Once again, MVP for the first round, MVP for the second round. Well deserved confidence, and it's just absolutely brimming in from UNSW.
Yeah, the domination is certainly shining in their favor on this one. And very eager to see how that confidence begins to cultivate as the season progresses there. I've really admired that Swinburne, gave it their best. I was impressed with their attacking side on this map in particular here. But UNSW managed to figure out a way to stop them nice and quickly. So, very curious to see how things will go for both sides heading into the rest of this season here, because this is only the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the beginning coming through. Things can change, people can improve, teams come together throughout the weeks. And, definitely don't count them out just yet because we are just getting started. Swinburne did have a really good showing in the beginning into the first map, but right after that, they did seem to lose a bit of steam. But we can see, people in there actually doing the job, aiming, healing, tanking, all doing really well. Just felt a little bit destroyed tonight. But then again, when you do get beat down, right after that, it's all about the way up. And so, Swinburne definitely will be looking forward to see what the performance is going to be like. And then, SW tonight, what a showing. Definitely one of the teams to be testing, to be continuously looking to see what kind of bag that they're going to be bringing. The tricks is just unbelievable. We had turns with Spider-Man. We had pretty much all the DPSs that we don't usually see. We had Black Panther. We had, I think, coming out of the gate, the amount of switches is just unreal.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the diverse hero pool coming out from all of our players tonight. I think that their confidence really shone through in the amount of characters that they were bringing out there. They felt the flexibility to play around that, and I respect it. If they feel confident, it's going to work. But you know what else is going to work? We are going to be working our way into an interview with one of our winners. It's Nova!
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome,
Hi, guys.
welcome. And big congratulations on your first win of the season. Honestly, I'm really impressed with just the force you guys are bringing. Once again, just such a powerful squad. But I guess, what are your thoughts leading into this season?
I don't know. Hopefully we can do better than last season. Yeah. I hope we don't get stomped again.
Oh, well, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the thing. Right now, you guys are about momentum. You felt very relaxed overnight. Tell me about how you guys came together, like, throughout the preparation for this season. Was it just like a last minute thing, or was it something that you guys already steadied yourself into?
Yeah, there was no preparation. We have like no subs. Not sure what's happening with our team. It's a bit of a mess. But we'll thug it out.
Yeah, just keep giving it your best. That's all you can do. And definitely keen to see what you guys are going to be able to do heading into the rest of the season. I guess, well, what was the thoughts behind the Spider-Man coming out?
Mid game, the first game, I heard someone was saying, "Why are you walking back to spawn?" And then someone was swapping back to Spider-Man. I'm not sure what's happening. We're kind of playing whatever we wanted.
Fair enough. I have a good question for you. So this one is probably for Rez's perspective, and you're gonna have to answer on behalf of him. Throughout the second map, onto the defense side, we saw Rez building up his wall all the way up to look down and to meditate. Was he, channeling in his inner pain, or what was going on there?
Yeah, something about playing Fortnite, and Rez promised he was gonna hit a big ult, and then later in the kill feed I saw solo kill. I'm not sure what's happening there. I think there's some like bullying happening. Yeah.
Love the creativity coming out from the get-go from you guys, and honestly, I can't wait to see what you guys are going to cook up for the rest of the season. Because if that's the first game, I don't know what to expect out of the rest. But once again, big congrats to you and your team. Looking forward to a hopefully more convincing season. It's onwards and upwards from here. You guys are looking great.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There we have it. Nice first interview for the season there, Ev. You'll love to get a bit of insight from our players as usual, and definitely eager to see how their journey progresses as we get through the rest of the season. It's a nice way to start things off there.
Yeah, this is the best way that we can start the night and the season. This is the beginning. Imagine what else we have for the rest of the night and the weeks. Everyone's gonna be setting up a point where this is like setting the benchmark where people are like, okay. So I see that you've set yourself up here, and now I want to up one you. So like, yeah, every university tonight, I want to see what you guys got.
That's it. Let's see what they're made of, and we're going to see exactly what our teams are made of once we get things set up for our second game. But while we prepare it, we will be heading to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. Matsy and Emperor ZK coming to you live once again. We had a ripper of a first series here this season, this evening. All of the above. And we got more on the table, Emp. I just can't believe it. You know, we've started off with such an energetic series. We had a great interview, and I'm just pumped up for the season ahead of us.
Yeah, I think just coming through this one, we're just all energy, right? We started with a big bang, and so looking forward to continue this trend right now. On to the second round, it's going to be good. And so, going to the next one, we do have D-King versus UTS. So obviously, going to the last season, we've already seen plenty of UTS. We know exactly what the team's all about. I'm more interested to see what D-King is going to bring to the table, because we have not seen them in a long time.
Yeah, I'm really curious what they're going to be able to bring to the table, who their roster is going to be for that matter as well. And speaking of, there we go. Ooh, we got JJ, Ched04, Bumper Squid, Tal675, Pikadudes, and Hero. And on UTS, we got Fluente, Milk, Dinosaur Pillow, Anthony, Jaysuni, and Gas OCE. So some very familiar faces on the UTS side. I think I've seen one of the Deacon players before, JJ in particular. I think I've played alongside some of our other players in one way or another. But you know what sparks thought immediately there, Emp?
Mm-hmm.
We have Pikadudes on Deacon, and we have Pikachudes on Monash, or Pikachude. So I'm curious to see how the Pika battle goes whenever those two teams face each other. I think that'll be a lot of fun. You know, the Pika battle.
Well, when they do, we're gonna say Pika Pika, like straight up. it's gonna be good.
I feel like it might go like how Ash went when they versed Lieutenant Surge. You know, it was like a Pikachu versus Raichu type thing.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, we got maps. We got maps. We got maps. The next map.
Yeah. I mean, look. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be sick. Coming back into it, I feel like, you know, Deacon, it will be their first performance onto the Elite Series stage. I am looking forward to see what they potentially can code out. If they wanted to do their researchers from UTS, definitely there's plenty of data to go through from the Elite Series. You know, we saw carries like Jisoo do quite well coming through. I think it was one of the big problems to any other teams that encounter them. Jisoo was just uncontested for such a long time. And even to the best of the series, UTS kept on clutching ahead because of this one player coming in. But then, you know, of course, looking at Dinosaur Pillar for Wednesday is all really seasoned players. Milk News was there to support as well. With the addition of Anthony and Gas, I think this is going to be a spectacular show to be coming in. And looking at the bands, there is going to be the first two, Magneto and the Torch, flying straight out.
Yeah, no Torch today. So, curious to see which way they're going to go instead. Having Magneto taken off the table as well, very high impact Vanguard, so they're going to have to adapt around that. Ooh, that's a big lock. Emma Frost online, Psionic Seduction, definitely one that you can count on there. So, curious to see how they play that one out. But speaking of playing it out, there's no Magneto across the board now. So, the lock going to be Emma. So, we're definitely going to see an Emma on both teams here. Now it's time for another set of bans.
Yeah, I think, there's going to be the full mirror ban right here. They say if you're going to be banning away and protect the same thing, we can do the same thing because we don't want you to quickly get the Torch out. And at the same time, this will be interesting ones. It could just be UTS waiting to see what they want to potentially ban away. A low-key ban will be very interesting. I still think it's one of the strongest support out there. Every time a Loki's on the board, it just extends the fight by an immeasurable amount. And of course, the amount of DPS that you pumps out is just equivalent to absolute devastation. Punisher being out, I think that's a pretty solid one. Continuous DPS is just too good. Token Dagger onto the Protect means that we are going to be looking at their own kind of protection on Deacon. They are able to extend the fight. I think it's one of the much more no-brainers coming into the strategist. You do get a little bit more time and bargain for the room to continuously descend upon. Lunar Snowban here. Okay, so UTS settling for the traditional I ban one and then I get to play it. You don't get that final one. And so it's very smart coming from UTS.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of brain power coming into that one. But, you know, when Punisher's banned out on one side, it's open for the other, which I do find a bit scary, if I'm honest. You know, the impact that Punisher can have is pretty tremendous, especially taking down those Vanguards. Like, they're able to shred through those health bars pretty much like no other. But that's not to say that there aren't heroes that can make impact on the Deacon side. I like how the magic is coming into play with the Psylocke there. High mobility duelists coming onto the playing field here is massive. But you know what else is massive? I love to see the team up between the Emma Frost and the Psylocke, because Psylocke now has the option to create the clone out of that team up, which is able to use abilities and basically look like a real character. So might add an element of confusion to some of the players here, wondering, which one do I shoot? They'll find out.
I remember when he was first brought out as the team up and he was pretty much next to useless. Everyone's like, well, you know, the mirror is there, but it doesn't offer significant boost to overall capacity, and the way that it's played is just so underutilized that the devs team goes, you know what, we're gonna have to like walk back into it and see where it goes. Oh, a nice jumping pack, all completely invested right there. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, but the Phoenix here with the Wolverine team up. Lots of more leeching onto the life. They are going to look as much as they can. It's a very melee duty play coming from Deaking. So they are going to be looking and relying on some of those mid plays, but off angles, here comes the abduct, and it's good on Dinosaur Pillow.
Yeah, and this is the team up I was talking on in our last series, you know. I was hoping that Swinburne would pull it out, but now Deacon have taken a play out of this book here, looking to focus up on the Phoenix and the Wolverine. So definitely can find a lot of strength on the Wolverine with that one. You know, they can have that lifesteal they can play upon and really deal a lot of devastation in the front line there. But Sheds, number 4. Looking to hold strong, low HP. They're having a bit of problems. Playing around the pillars, though, does allow them a little life. Eternal Bond coming out for Deacon as well. This is exactly what they need to take some control back here. UTS almost got a bit of percentage onto the point there, but it's not meant to be. Fluente, though, says no, no, no. Final Judgment coming out. Jaisuni tripling down on the KOs. This is what you like to see. The offensive ultimates coming into fruition and locks down the mission area for them. That's the comeback. And they managed their ult economy so well there. They still have 3 ults online, and they're so close to the Strange ult as well. That is really big brain coming out from UTS.
Yeah, I think in a moment of confusion right there, Deaking saw as a place to quickly contest and just continuously push. They weren't aware that Jisoo has already gone to the back, although Jisoo right there gets punished out. There is going to be the dive. There's going to be another engage. Fire Fatal Breath Roll is going to be right there. There he is going to be turned upon as well. Hell's going to go down really early into this first one by Sonic Seduction. They are all just going to be dropping. AGON onto the side doesn't get many of the value coming through, but right now it is looking okay for Deaking. They are getting a little bit more of a percentage. They are looking to just quickly take it all around. Jisoo does come back against the butterfly. Being invested, there is gonna be the investment paid off. Deaking all of a sudden, they're gonna get one drop right here, but they're gonna trade for everything else.
Yeah, gonna be trading for everything else, and Tal goes on the hunt there, finds Jaisuni. See if they can capture anything else around the bend as well. Deacon back on top of things here. Darkchild ultimate available for Tal, so definitely can look to make an impact here. They're waiting things out, so patient. And wait for the comms from their teammates. Look at this, activating Final Judgment coming out as well. They need to focus up, try and get rid of that one. Psionic Seduction coming out from Deacon as well. KO's coming out in abundance here. This is exactly what you want to see. Dinosaur Pillow was the only one to find even a semblance of success there. But the combination of ultimates allows them to dismantle UTS in those final moments. But UTS still got a little flexibility. They have one last push in them. We'll see if they can manage to bring it back in these final moments.
Oh, they're starting to run out of time, and Fluente is going to have to quickly go in. Yes, just send it straight up. Here comes the dive from behind. You love to see a piece of the beast coming out. It's going to find a little bit of value, but then Tao's going to get taken down by Fluent, and they're going to have to pump as much as they can into it. The defense from Deacon trying to just maintain stability, but at the same time, Anthony has been taken out. And there's going to be another tunnel ball onto the side. That's what the butterfly is going to be online for G soon. At this stage, there is just no way that they can throw it out. As for Indomie, they are both going for the count. And you can see G soon trying to find it. Here it comes. That's what the butterfly trying to fight for this final OT, trying to extend the fight as much as they can in order to get it. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be taken down. And so, hey, look, Deaking surprising everyone. Nice little bit of an opener.
Absolutely. Really impressed with how they managed to bring themselves up into that one. And it goes to show they've found their comp and they're playing into it successfully. Really impressed with how they play around these high mobility duelists and they play into their team ups. You know, they managed to activate around that Phoenix and Wolverine initially. Now they're playing around the Magic there, managing to play with the Psylocke and the Emma. Like, there's just a lot of combinations and they're working out so successfully. What? UTS, they've had their fair share of success too, you know, they managed to get onto the point, build up a lot of percentage there, but fortunately for them, they weren't able to hold on when it really counted, so see if they can change things up heading into this next sector now. One thing they do have available immediately is the End Song Inferno. So, the EMP from Phoenix is online. Dinosaur Pillow could activate it at any moment.
This will be quite interesting to see what kind of value he's going to be getting, because every time we do see a Phoenix online, we don't really see the greatest amount of value into a team fight because they require so much investment, and themselves, they don't really get to play as much of a sustained DPS, contrary to their kit. And so, you can do this onto the side, does have Eternal Bond ready to go. Tao's trying to find the highway, but right there, JJ and Hero both get taken down by Anthony. And they are going to find a little bit more value, but Jisoo's going to get traded as well. They are going to throw and dump all of the rest of their ults. You can see just how much they are trying to go with. Sonic Discussion is going to be thrown out here. Kraken Impact onto the side. Does find the mark, but right here doesn't get the full reset. Bumper Squid and Tower is going to go take him down. And there is going to be the thwart attempt. You do not get to capture, and all your bases belongs to us.
Uh-oh, all your base belong to us, and they are going to claim ownership of their imp. Claim what's rightfully theirs, and see how long they are going to be able to hold on to it. Still got that ultimate online. What I do like to see, though, is Chance has Psionic Seduction, so they can definitely turn the tide with that one. Down to the butterfly around the corner as well. There's a lot of counterattack potential from Deacon being built up. There it is. Psionic Seduction online. Looking to bring things up with the invisible boundary as well. Hero jumping into the God of Mischief. Everything is getting activated. Unleash the Feast of the Abyss. Everything is on. Dance to the butterfly. Here comes the End Song Inferno. Dinosaur Pillow, where do you go? Boom! You take out JJ. And that is going to end the KO streak coming out from them. Hero still kicking though. Finds Anthony. Finds everybody. Jaisuni still putting up one hell of a fight. And he will be forced to retreat in the end. So Deacon finds success in that one. But they're still kicking strong.
Yeah, I gotta say, it actually looked like Deacon wasn't going to be able to hold on to that, but then JJ, trading 2 for 1, and then right after, the rest of the squad has shown up. Tao and Bumper definitely pulling their weight here, and is going to be an absolute success. And so this is a classic dive coming from Deacon. They set this one up on round number 1, and right now, they are going to be doing the same thing. UTS has no choice but to quickly tackle this, and they have to eat this stuff in the face. There is going to be the support ults. Both sides is going to be trading, and so nothing is really going to be taken out unless someone gets taken down off the field. At the same time, both sides is looking to build a little bit of meter. Kraken Impact is going to be a nice little bit of value, but right after that, he's going to be punished by chairs. And do we see a little bit more action from UTS? The answer is absolutely. They are going to find a trade, however. At the same time, he's still continuously going, and we might just get another one from Dinosaur Pillow.
We might get it. Here it goes. Ensong Inferno. Boom! Dealing damage. But they're not going to be able to take him down. I spoke too soon. Dance of the Butterfly. It's time to push ahead on this one. JJ's down and out though. Invisible Boundary comes to an end. And UTS are bringing it up. Got a Mischief coming out there. Hero not going to be able to activate the Eternal Bond in time. Uh-oh. This is spelling trouble for Deacon. UTS are bringing things back. And let's see if they can hold on to it, equal them in percent, and maybe even take it one step further. The Bionic Hook does come out though. Anthony's locked in.
Yeah, that was a really huge value if there was a little bit more pull onto it. But at this second, JJ and Jisoo both fighting to keep themselves in check right now. Both doing enough. There is the passive coming in. Which one of us is real? At the same time, might just get punished. Gotta be careful. Tail is still very powerful. Looking to load up for the one shot. And it's going to be just fine to get away with this. On a seduction to the side, there is going to be the one-on-one duel. Jisoo is going to be just fine with the Eternal Ball onto the side. But there is going to be the full play. They are trying to contain Bumper Squid. And right after that, he is providing the value to the back. But at the same time, he does not get any value into his ult. Right on both rows. Do we see any denial? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. And let's see what else they can manage. Was that a portal I heard? I think I could be right, I could be wrong. OT still playing strong though. Gas finds the KOs in abundance. UTS doing everything they can to push this one over the line. Go to the third point, and there it is. They've taken their point. Hell's Heaven is going the distance, Amp. Everybody wants to see this one find its conclusion on the Eldritch Monument. And this is tight competition indeed.
Well, all of a sudden, we do have UTS punching back. Deacon, they showed us a brilliant opener. They had everything, the right cards, and they were doing things right. But rather than that, UTS is going to strike them back. They said, well, if you're going to be presenting to the same kind of problem to us, guess what? We are problem solvers. We are going to be bringing this one in. The switch onto the Bucky is also paying a lot of dividends. Dinosaur Pillow onto the switch from Strange onto Phoenix. Now is providing the value that DPS that we were talking about earlier, right? The kit that Phoenix can be providing is very niche into the whole composition. But right after that, you know, UTS is making it work.
They're making it work and making it work well. But let's see how well it's going to work as we pace our way towards the mission area once again. 2 ultimates online, and they favor UTS. So that could be the trump card to get them over the line once the mission area does unlock momentarily here. But they have the God of Mischief to worry about from Hero there. They might just be able to activate that ultimate nice and quickly. But no one might need an ultimate in a second. We're playing into that clone power up there. So great to see both teams making use of their team-ups. But speaking of teams, a Bumper Squid goes down. KO's coming out on the Gas OCE as well. The Vanguards are being wiped apart. Dance of the Butterfly trying to wipe them out as well, but the healing is just too powerful. Kraken Impact comes out. Anthony gonna be dodged by Thea Namor there, but doesn't even matter. Dinosaur Pillow is doing all the work here, shutting them down. KOs are plenty, and UTS come out on top.
Yeah, while we have the opening move made by Deacon, they said we're going to get the aggression first. Right after that, it was just UTS fighting back. They are being a very measured approach right now. And so, God of Mischief is going to quickly get a copy onto a hero, looking to maybe extend a little bit more. But there is going to be the full play. You can see JJ running into a lot of problems. Doesn't get to play the game still. He was hero quickly. Invest into Eternal Bond. Here comes the boundary. You grab him, but at the same time, there is no kills to be given over. And just when we thought there was going to be a little bit more, Hero gets taken out.
You're taken out and brought all the way back up. Gas going to be following suit as well. We swing things back in favor of Deacon in the meantime. And here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. Fate of Both Worlds, though, is going to nullify any impact there. But they do manage to catch a straggler or two out of that one. UTS on top of the KOs here and looking to build more and more up into their favor. Deacon doing a great job to continue to contest the point, though. Build up that percentage a little more. But all the meanwhile, Jaisuni locks down the triple KO. And now they get the train rolling again.
Yeah, I think Deakin, meanwhile, they were able to at least get some percentage onto the board. It's gonna mean that they at least have a little bit of contest coming into it. But the main problem is that their firing power is not being met. They are trying to find the targets, but when it comes down to the full action, the better combos are coming into the UTS, especially when they get a counter going, which is doing it right here. And so the butterfly once again catches two, and guess what? It's the front and back completely melted in, and there's no contest. That's exactly what I called out to this player who just wreaks havoc around the field. UTS right now has a commanding lead.
And they're building it up even more so. Kraken Impact going to be online for them with more ultimates around the corner. I'm going to be scared for Deacon here. Albeit they do have an Amor's ult online, so definitely can be something to rely upon, but they need to get on the point and quick smart. Otherwise, this could be the map done and dusted here. Overtime timer online. Deacon get on top of it and swing it back at the last possible moment there. Pulling a fast one on UTS, and here we go. It's the eternal bond of BkWhatOCE. Everybody jumping into it. Kraken Impact online there. Invisible boundary. Psionic Seduction could be activated. There it is. Gaza puts their accelerator to use, and they're trying to shut them down out of this one. Somebody's going to go down. It's Milk News. It's everybody on UTS. Deacon managed to get in top of this one, and now they clean up the mission area and find themselves in control.
Just out of nowhere, Deacon with the final quarter play is able to salvage the play. I can't believe we just saw that, especially where UTS is looking so dominant. They dropped the ball in the end where they said, alright, we saw the portal, we're just a little bit faster, we're going to give you that little bit of maneuverability. And so, it has translated to a further percentages, now threatening the map. Here we go, UTS looking to completely take over this one. I think we're going to quickly go into OT as well. But that's great damage coming through. Bubble Squid though, no backup. There's a butterfly right in front of the boundary. He's not going to be finding any value into this one. There is going to be the squeeze here and there, trying to find it, but right after that, Jason finds Hero onto the retreat. Now focusing onto the rest, you can see it, the Strange is gone. There is just a lot of ching coming through from Anthony, and everyone is just trying to dive into this, but this capture definitely favors UTS.
Yeah, they're on top of it now, looking to run it down. OT timer trickling through. No one's able to get online to catch, and they throw him out. That's Hell's Heaven, done and dusted. UTS take control, 2-1 in their favor on that map. And what a way to kick things off into this series. That went the distance. And I feel so blessed to witness such a competitive lineup.
Yeah, that was really cool coming from both sides. And I gotta say, you know, Anthony at the final play was spectacular, but more than anything else, I was very surprised with what Deacon brought out. You know, they came out, they were very melee heavy, and they said, this is exactly what we want to do, and you have no right to be stopping our offensive. And they were able to do it very, very well. And UTS was a little bit slower on the uptake while they were trying to maintain their formal play. At the end, they said, you know what? Since you guys are doing so well, we might just take a little bit of this and that from your playbook, and we'll use it ourselves to get that supremacy at the end. But it was very, very close.
Absolutely. I was really impressed of how well they managed to take it to them there. You know, I didn't expect it to be such a close matchup for a new team to the league, but it shows, you know, their hidden card, like a hidden power being unleashed or brought to the light of day. And it's just incredible to see this new talent making its way into the circuit here. So really impressed with what they've been able to bring there, and really curious how things are going to shape up for the rest of this season, because, you know, we got hot new competition, and I don't know who's going to be able to find victory towards the end.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to Deacon putting on a massive show against UTS, who's one of the better teams that we've seen through history of Elite Series, I think we're in for a very exciting ride. That's it. Like, at the end of the day, you know, everything can be pulled out into the gates. Some will work, some won't work, some will just be absolutely bonkers, but we love them all. And so, absolutely looking forward to see what the answer is going to be for Deacon to the next one. The first one onto Domination, yeah, Hell's Heaven, I always say, if you're good at Melee, it's an absolute banger for you. But if you're bad at it, you're always going to be struggling because there's always going to be those kind of Euro selects where they say, I see that you like to be eliminated really fast, so you have chosen death. And that's exactly what Deacon has said, you know. But right after that, I'm actually quite excited to see if we do have a different approach from Deacon. They've shown us that they can play Melee very well. But can they play stable DPS? Now that is the next question.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, I guess, how they adapt around things, because I was really impressed with the way that they played around their team ups. I really admire a team that can play into their team ups well, because it's going to bring the best out of your team. Obviously, your individual characters have their individual strengths, but being able to combine them together to play into those team ups just takes you up a step further. And I think that is important to, play into them to really give it your best there. So, really curious how flexible they will be as a roster. Thinking of flexible rosters, I think about the roster of Monash from last season, how they were basically able to play anything. So I think that if the teams are able to match that kind of energy there and be able to be flexible in every sense of the word, right? No matter what gets banned out in that pick, ban, protect phase, if you can find some way to navigate the treacherous waters, then there's always going to be a solution. You got to find that win condition, give it your all, and see how you go from there.
Yeah, and speaking of going there, we're going to Araco coming in. I think onto this convoy, a lot of people still don't play it to real perfection because Araco is one of the maps where you're getting the convoy out there, but then how onto the angles, it's always a little bit more messy. So looking forward to seeing what both teams is got into this pack. We do have the bans instantly onto Inferno and Akira. Inferno, I mean, Johnny Storm.
They're bringing a supernova Inferno, aren't they? Definitely looking to try it anyway. But what's great? We are seeing Vanguards prioritized over the pick, ban, protect phase here. So there's going to be no Emma Froster coming out from UTS here. But they have prioritized the Magneto. So they're trading Vanguards in this one. Very curious to see how things go down heading into this one as the next set of bans get thought upon, get prepared.
I'm not sure about how they would like to be playing into this one. I mean, some people like to play this very close with a very melee mess up on Octane. But then right after that, we have the traditionalists who always believe that you have to have staple aimers. You gotta be able to track. But Cloak and Dagger out of here, and then right after that, another Johnny Storm down for the scaling. And so if they do prioritize Lunar Snow here and then say no to the opposing Lunar Snow, that will be very interesting to be played out. But I will dare say that at the same time, it might just not be going towards their way. UTS does have a lot of priority picking their final plays, and Loki is going to be taken out, which I'm always a fan of. You let Loki through, he's just going to cause so much of a headache for both sides. One is, yes, you might be able to do it for yourself and you extend the fight, but right after that, you get picked apart way too early, and then you have to find the right angle, so it could always be something that can fight them in the back. And so there's going to be the Lunar, so they are going to protect it. They say you do not get to bend that one away. It's something of an essentialist, and we must have it.
That's right. Going to be an absolutely essential strategist coming through there, and just as essential as the Loki ban coming out on one side. Wow, they've left Loki open. That's crazy to see. Big confidence coming out from them there. Not going to be playing into the Loki ban. I'm kind of surprised, but we'll see if it actually gets activated. Looks like the strategists on UTS's side are going to be Rocket and Luna this time. Ooh, looking to play around with Hela. So great to see the Goddess of Death. Yeah. Coming into the field, there we go, playing into the team ups as well. Emma team up with a Psylocke, and we're going to see the Wolverine team up coming out with Phoenix there. So, curious to see who's going to be the more powerful foe as we begin the show.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting to be playing. I think Rocket is a pretty good choice here. I am a fan of having a rocking into this map because on Arako, there's just lots of places for you to crawl around. You can look to sort of dig around your place, and so you are going to be remaining quite safe coming unless there's going to be a ton of elite that's going to be driving you. I will dare say the biggest thing that they're going to have to pay attention to is JJ and maybe Bumper Squid. But at the same time, if they do decide to start investing heavily into the back line, they are going to get melted by the turn because Anthony is going to be there. But as we say, that Chess gets picked up really early. I feel like that was a bit of a mistake right there, and UTS is going to completely capitalize.
Absolutely, they're already gaining a lot of momentum on to the mission vehicle there, so great stuff coming out from them, taking advantage of the KO onto the Vanguard there, and gaining a lot of ground as a result, forcing Deacon to fall back to the next choke point immediately. But they've got time to prepare themselves here, so this could be a chance for them to hold their ground, hold steady here, but have to fight for it. We'll see if UTS is going to be able to do just that. They're getting a lot of damage out onto some of our players already. I'm going to be worried for Deacon here. Bumper Squid in a bit of trouble. Somebody save them, surely. Not today. And that's another Vanguard down.
A bit of a yikes moment right here. Everything is falling apart for the side of Deacon, not really having the most fantastic opening. They are being punished. You can see JJ trying to find the off angles, maybe trying to find something else, but he's got no backup, although there's a really nice 2T onto the silo. But when you are just by yourself to a whole competitive team, you're not going to be able to touch anything else. You're not going to be able to find any one-shots here. JJ is going to get cleaned up by Florent here, and I think this is one of those statements, you know, you let Loki in, you let this man play whatever the hell he wants. He is going to show you a masterclass into how things are supposed to be done. And so, while we are still buffing into the opening from UTS, Deacon, meanwhile, needs to find a little bit more percentage in order to deal with this oncoming onslaught.
They're going to feel even tougher in a moment. That onslaught continues. It's Wolverine damage time. Anthony looking to jump into the fray here. Does have the last stand available. The thing could be in a world of punishment before they know it. But they are holding patient, holding back for the moment. Yes, maintaining distance as well. Here we go. Ensong Inferno. Boom! Double down on the KO. Say goodbye to Picadudes and the opposing Phoenix there. And they're looking to dish out even more punishment as well. Bumper Squid is gone. These staggered KOs are going to favor UTS so nicely. Look at that. They're just finding more and more, trickling them through. So Deacon are not going to be able to build their forces back up quickly.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit more rough for Deacon. They lost momentum in the beginning and they have yet to recover. Every semblance of counterattack that they were thinking that they might have had a shot to, right now is completely shut down. You can see just how much Jisoo is able to offer to the rest of his team. He's not going to be challenged anywhere. Donatopilo offering supporting back up. AJ gets taken down. It's just, once again, Jisoo proving himself to be an absolutely incredible force. The DPS is absolutely staying. But there is going to be Tao taking out Donatopilo onto the combo shot. You will be just fine. Dark Child is going to be available, but at the same time, there's not enough just yet. Lot of mischief. There is going to be a little bit trying to find those targets. Multiple is going to be put in hand. He's going to be invested trying to find it. Picadudes is going to get taken down at the same time. It is still going to be UTS using that momentum and completely pivoting this end.
Yeah, they pivot the heel there and manage to steal some more KOs. So, steaming ahead towards the end of the road here. Deacon may have a final stand left in them. They've got 5 ultimates online right now. That could be exactly what they need to stall out some deeper time, but they can't afford to take these jabs that Jaisuni is bringing out right now. But here we go. All the ultimates going to be locked down. Ensong Inferno, Psionic Seduction, Fate of Both Worlds on both sides. UTS bringing out their own Ensong Inferno. Boom! They're not going to be able to get the KO though, but the Goddess of Death, perfect timing. Finding a bit of damage. There's a wall between them, however. So that's lost its impact. But here comes the Dark Child. Tal on track, looking to get the damage here. They find Jaisuni. They're looking for more. They will be shut down by Anthony though. Everything's going well. And they might just be able to push past.
Yeah, right here, it is one of those things that DK is desperate for. They are going to unload all of their ults, and yes, they still have Hero to be playing around with. So for the next fight, BkWhatOCE probably is going to be able to build as well. At the same time, got to be very wary. There is just a ton of damage onto JJ. Can't really be eating too many of those. And that's a killer. He's going to be raining Supreme to Anthony. He's going to get taken down. So he's going to bomb onto the side. They are going to just try to eliminate the advance. They're going to push back a little bit. They are also going to be funding gas OCE as well. While that's all going to be just fine, at the same time, we gotta make sure that they are gonna contain the hole. DKing right now, showing signs of resistance. It is a good thing. Is it too late though? That is gonna be the next question.
Is it too late? It's never too late, but we'll see. They are going to be able to get it out the gate here. Ult advantage favoring UTS right now. They almost have 5. They're getting close to Khonshu as well with Anthony there. I'm getting a bit worried of what they're cooking up here, what they're building. Speaking of, they're building up KOs. Fate of Both Worlds comes out. Uh-oh, Meteor M. Boom! Takes down Pika Dudes. That's going to be goodbye to your strategist. And we'll see if they can find a more Endsong Inferno from JJ. Looking to do work. They find Dinosaur Pillow. Psionic Seduction coming out from Jet as well. All the damage pumping through. And Deacon are holding on to this one.
Hang on a second. That's when we thought there was going to be a capture from UTS. It is slowly looking to be more coming through. And JJ finally rising up from the ashes. Does find a little bit more of support coming through. He is going to input that DPS exactly where he needs it to be. And so making the rest of UTS pay. He is going to get punished by Jisuni instead though. Definitely a little bit of a problem, but our hand of Khonshu is not going to find any value whatsoever. And so it's a rough one. Clobber time comes through. There's defensive holes coming through. It's just going to save the rest of the team. And UTS, while they had a little bit of a right idea, King is still pretty much ready to go. Dark travel to the back, trying to find it. And JJ finds a little bit more.
Yeah, more and more coming through there. Tal trying to push their way ahead, but they won't be able to get to the end. Jasuni's down on the KO there. Ched's falling back. Casualties in abundance. And UTS are forcing them to retreat hastily here. This could be their moment to pump things up. 4 ults on track to 5. Deacon have none. They're very close to 2, however. If they get their timing right, they might just be able to use them to keep themselves alive. Fate of Both Worlds, a very important one, but they're not going to have it. Eternal Bond around the corner. And here's the Endsong Inferno. Eternal Bond, they get the KO, trading things out and looking for more. Boom, Jasuni jumps in. No KOs coming out of that one, but the damage is grand. We'll see if they can make it even grander, because Floente jumps in with a God of Mischief. Looking to do even more. Clobbering time could be. There it is. Boom, bringing it back. And the OT is trickling down. UTS, one final moment, but it's not going to happen. Successful defense coming out from Deacon.
Oh boy, UTS stumbling through the final little bit of a capture. Deacon, I gotta say, if there was going to be any value into their valiant attempt of defense, they definitely showed at the end, in the beginning, to make up for that mess. I gotta say, you know, sometimes we thought it was not going to be the show from JJ onto the second one. The mirror match was not favoring him. But right after that, he said, I am just going to be fine. Coming in, does find great value. Bumper Squid at the same time, does find a little bit more. I think we have a thing problem coming in. And UTS, it's their time to defend. If they are able to do a little bit more than 117.64, well, I guess, you know, we are going to be in a little bit of a surprise. But at the same time, we are looking at Deacon trying to break that record. We are looking at them trying to insert this one. And JJ on the squirrel at the moment. I mean, are we really looking at a squirrel? Because if it is, I am going to be a fan.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl definitely can have a bit of impact there. You know, the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami definitely has its place into the realm there. And very curious to see how they managed to activate. I really do like the chip damage that can come through from a Squirrel Girl, particularly using the trap. I think that's an important ability. Locking someone down in place going to be so just tenacious from them. So, curious to see how they play this one out. Are we going to see Building Simulator with the Groot again? Or will we see something deeper? Dinosaur Pillow going to be the first off the board there. KO's coming through. Going to see if they can capture something further from this one. Pikadudes dishing out the damage, the heals in unison there, doing whatever they can to keep their team pumped up and push that mission vehicle further and further along.
Yeah, that was a really little bit of a lockdown coming in. You can see Purple Squid once again trying to find the dive. Ops the passive has plenty to be mucking around with. There is going to be the Squirrel. And that Tsunami, that's flying gas. I tell you what, it is working. You're right, it is absolutely working. And the side of Deacon, they've been cooking up a nice little bit of a storm for us to be feasting upon. And they are having that opening momentum where they are being gifted everything else that they desire. Meanwhile, UTS, it is going to be a time of regroup. They do want to fight this one more time, but they got to be careful. Chess is very up high, and he is going to be playing the containment.
Yeah, looking to play containment there. Hold things down and see if they can hold things up. UTS, they've got 3 ults online, getting close to even more. The damage coming out around the corner as well. Milk has got a lot of work to do here if they want to keep their team online on this one. But JJ is going to be the first to fall there. UTS might just be able to force them back on this one. Piece of the Abyss comes out from Bumper Squid, not finding much impact. Fluente bringing out the God of Mischief here. Uh-oh. And here comes the Fate of Both Worlds. Nicely done to use that Strategist ultimate there. Uh-oh. Deacon bringing more back though. Milk's out of here. Bumper Squid finds the KO and more are following up here. Deacon are trying to push them back. Kraken Impact are coming out. Anthony in a bit of trouble. Needs to get the heck out of there. And they will be KO'd. So, Deacon, hold strong and push straight up.
Oh, I think this is going to be a rather tough one for UTS. Although they do have the ults ready, they do have the advantage. Right there, that execution didn't seem like they had the plans ready to go. You felt like Rufius had to do a little bit too much of the healing and not enough to support the rest of his team. Here is going to be the opening. Play it on both Worlds channel first. They're actually trying to find Bumper Squid because he's just so annoying. But right after that, there is going to be the Stranger coming in. Anthony does find 1 kill, but you can see it. Just how much problems that they are facing. Models of Death right here, trying to settle into it, trying to find Tao. But Tao is going to be just 1 dashes away at this second. So this is going to be the containment set up by UTS. They have invested into it finally. Going to find some form of defense for now. But the Strange Portal is already here. Chet is going to be fighting a little bit more. They do want to stop this and eventually do find Chet. They shut it down. And at the same time, might just give to put a little bit of a pedal for the pause button right here.
Yeah, looking to pedal through it, and the triple KO. Looking to spread their reach even deeper. Venom in a bit of trouble there. Bumper Squid needs to evacuate, and they will be punished. Another casualty added to the board there for Deacon. They're forced to hold back a while longer. Staggered KOs and work out favorably for UTS to culminate their defenses on a step closer. But speaking of getting closer, they've caught Tao. The KO comes through. Nicely done to hook them into the fray there. And now UTS set the field and look to yield some results.
Yeah, Araka is one of those maps where you give the defenders just 1 chance. You're not going to be able to set up properly because the chokehold is just so much. And so while JJ was working this one quite well with Squirrel Girl, like the bounces are going to be good. At the same time, they are paying very dearly for it. Chair's going to go down into it. There is going to be no trade, but there is going to be... Yes, oh my god! He just found them all at the back, and Jisuni is the player.
And they're gonna just style on it at the end there. Just swing it away. Just cash. Oh yeah, just a quad KO. Just cash, you know. Having a good time on that one. And that is gonna be huge for the defenses of UTS there. We'll see what else they are gonna be able to dish out here. They've still got plenty of time to play with, but speaking of time to play with, it's ult time. The unbeatable Squirrel Brigade's coming out right now. The Tsunami, they're trying their best to get some control out of this, but Milk's Fate of Both Worlds is keeping their team up. Oh, their BkWhatOCE comes out, trying to dish some damage out, but the Fate of Both Worlds is too much. Finally, some KOs start to trickle through there. Cracking Impact as well, hunting down that KO. They found it. Another one. Boom. Again. And they will get away with the double KO there, finding their way into a successful defense. And their strengths are just continuing to shine.
Right there, I thought we were looking at Deaking maybe just having access into the backline. Maybe they were able to get a little bit more from the trouble. But the problem is, right after Tao did dive in, there was also a sacrifice, a whole bunch of other players. The reset is going to be good, and at the same time, they are trying to maintain that push, trying to get this one back in. JJ's and Tao is going to be fine to build as well, but JJ gets taken down a little bit too early. So there's not going to be any tsunamis coming back in at the same time. Bumper Squid, for everything that he is worth, this man has been contained way too much. He's not able to do his role at all. He jumps out, he gets taken out quite a little bit, and the rest of his supports are going to have to dive right back. And BkWhatOCE and Chess, they get taken down. He's trying his best to maybe take Milk News. Milk News gets completely healed, and this is looking a little bit rough.
Ooh, here we go. Unbeatable Squirrel. Tsunami coming out with the Ensong Inferno there. Bumper Squid goes down. OT time through here. Fate of Both Worlds from Fluente. Here comes the portal, but UTS are finding KOs in abundance right now. Trying their best to lock things down. That OT timer is trickling through. The Kraken Impact is booming along. And there we have it, folks. UTS hold strong, and we'll be able to take this series away 2-0. And my God, what a hell of a match that was, my man. Those teams were neck and neck.
Yeah, that was crazy. And look, it's Anthony again. Coming in, MVP from the first one, MVP for the second one. Absolutely terrific showing. And I dare say, you know, right now coming through, earning the double MVP, this man says, you know what, we have Jisuni, there's going to be one thing, but then right after that, you have not prepared for the Anthony right here. This man has put in the work, 35 kills, 4 and 11. He is just doing 22 final hits with 33k damage. This man's got 49% accuracy. He was playing Bucky this whole time, trying to just make sure that he contains everyone else. He has been one of the primary shutdown forces onto the opposing Bumper Squid. And Bumper Squid, I gotta give it to this guy, man. He kept on jumping in. He kept on trying to play the full role, applying pressure to the side of UTS so the rest of his squad can go in from the front. And of course, making it back out alive most of the time. It's a great thing. But right after that, you know, UTS does know, and they did adjust. And so with a beautiful opening from Deaking, while everything was looking spectacular, UTS does go ahead and complete their win.
That's it. They managed to take away their first victory of the season there. Very well played coming out from them. You know, they were so composed all through the piece there. Really impressed with how they managed to keep themselves on track. And they played it so well. But, I mean, Deacon, what a pleasant surprise. Seeing a team like that break into the season here. I feel like this is not the last we are going to hear from them, and they played super duper well, albeit they did lose this first series, but they had some stellar moments.
Yeah, I dare say Deaking is definitely one of the top teams to be looking at right now. Although they dropped this first one to day number 1, right after that, next week, we'll probably see a very, very different Deaking. Most of the time, their strategy was working. There are some parts where they were punished here and there, which I thought was a slight mistake on their behalf. But then right after that, team composition, I think is fine. Team competition when it comes down to getting their ults down, securing the targets, and getting the high priority out there. They knew exactly what they were doing. And of course, you know, BkWhatOCE and Hero, these two guys, they took on a ton of punishment, yet they were able to keep up their team most of the time. Credit to these two for enabling the rest of their squad. Members like JJ and Tao performed admirably onto the last map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. They performed so admirably, and I feel like there's much more that meets the eye. You know, I think there's more to their story, and this is just the beginning. When they turn to the next page, we could see something even better on the horizon here. But fantastic stuff, you know, coming through from our players here tonight. I was really impressed to see the Winter Soldier getting a bit of prominence once again. You know, we've seen some great Winter Soldier players in the series in the past. You know, I think Joji, the GOAT on the Winter Soldier. Very curious to see how they'll fare this season. You know, I think that there'll be a battle of the Winter Soldiers there, and I reckon Joji can stay on top of that one. I got some confidence in Joji, but no, we'll see how things go. I think there's definitely going to be hot contest over this whole competition this time around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting take when it comes down to those kind of maps. But performance definitely is going to be one thing that we're going to be calling out, right? This is not season 1, this is season 2 coming through into the Elite Series. And so if you're going to be making some mistakes, we will catch you live stream. But right after that, you know, it's going to be great. So, you know, show us exactly what you got.
That's it. Show us what you're made of. And that they will. But, you know, there's plenty of opportunities for teams to prove themselves here. And, you know, I was really grateful and happy to see that the Phoenix actually got used into the second series here. You know, I spoke on that team up with Wolverine coming into the first series. They didn't play into it, but then we saw it loud and proud into that second series there. Both teams were looking to activate upon that Phoenix, and you know, Phoenix definitely does have that potential. Like I really like the use of the end song Inferno there, being able to dish out enough damage to get some KOs through, you know, or support your teammates to lock those in. I think that there's really great potential around the EMP there, and very curious to see if there'll be more picks like that coming into the future of our series as well. You know, some unique ones I think we saw earlier in the night as well, as a matter of fact, is the Mr. Fantastic. Love to see the Brainiac bounce come through. You know, always a bit of fun to see Mr. Fantastic come into the fray there, playing into that Fantastic Four team up. So really interested to see what some of our other teams might be cooking up in the think tank there.
Yeah, I think last season we had a Mr. Fantastic main as well. They did quite well into it, and I think when it comes down to it, but yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm absolutely thrilled to announce we have an interview with one of our winners. Welcome in, Jay Suni!
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, and big congratulations on your first win of the season. You know, it's a real big pleasure to have you on board, and I guess, how are you feeling coming into this next season of the Elite Series?
Feeling great. We got some new talent this semester, and I think we have a chance to win it. I'm very excited. Yeah, definitely beating UNSW and Macquarie. Just we have some beef with them. Yeah.
Well, already listing your nemesis, huh?
Yeah.
Coming to tonight, when you guys started the round against D-King and they were able to take that first round, like, what was going through your guys' like, you know, minds or comms right there? Like, what was the thoughts?
We just had a mistake where we didn't ban Wolverine, and we didn't prepare enough for it, I think, which kind of took us by surprise. But after we swapped it up a bit, things started working out, and yeah, we took it by the end.
No, great to see, and great to see that confidence shine through. And I guess, speaking of confidence, you know, having played with certain other players on certain other rosters in other competitions, namely RMIT, do you feel like you might have an advantage coming up against them when you do face off against each other?
Possibly, but at the same time, they also know what we do. So it's like kind of balances out. So it's not really an advantage.
Oh, fair enough. And I just want to gather your thoughts for the final play right there. You know, yourself put in the best ultimate that we've seen tonight. Like, was that just the full call, or did you just seize the moment and say, "This is my time. I am him"?
Well, I just saw it was a good opportunity to ult. I was expecting to get like maybe 2, but then like the health bars were like the perfectly aligned so that he kept one-shotting them, and he ended up being pretty cool.
You just love to see it when the fireworks don't off or go off, don't you? But
Also,
definitely-
can I say,
Yeah.
the Anthony joining our team, finally, they're perma-banning Torch, and now I can play Psylocke.
Yeah, we love to see those Dance of the Butterflies, don't we? But keen to see more of them heading into the future weeks. Speaking of, very great to see you guys locking in that first win. And yeah, I'm really excited for the rest of the season for not just you guys, but every team in the competition. I feel like this one is going to be a bit tighter than the first season.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Lots of teams have had like huge improvements. Yeah, this will be a tougher one.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us on this one, Jaisuni. I'm sure this won't be the last we'll be hearing from you.
Yep.
So best of luck in the rest of the
Thank you.
season. And
Thank you for having me.
we'll see you again soon.
Soon. Yeah, see you soon. Bye.
Very good. So, Jaisuni going to be on the decks tonight. Really great to get some insights from them, you know, to pick their brain about playing with some of the other players in the competition in other places, you know. Great to get a bit of insight into their thought process there. But we got more players we're going to get thoughts from as we are setting things up for our third series. So whilst we get that one prepared, everybody, we are going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. welcome back everybody to the AEL University Elite Series. Matt C and Emperor ZK coming to you live once again. We have had two incredible series so far, and we got two more incredible series in store. And Emp, how are you feeling about the night so far?
Well, you know, this is a very good welcome back present. We had two really awesome of a match. I'm looking forward to a little bit more onto the oncoming ones.
Oh, you and me both, my man. It's going to be just absolutely incredible. You know, I'm super duper keen to see what all these teams are going to be able to cook up. And speaking of, who do we have here? Let's see. Who do we have? None other than QUT taking on, what's that? Monash, the champions of Season 1. Can you believe it? They're going to be facing off here in this matchup here. QUT taking on Monash, and I am super duper excited to see who will be able to take their first victory here on night one of what will be an incredible season ahead of us. But speaking of ahead of us, we have our rosters.
Yeah, representing QUT, you have Jay, QTXO, Donners, Talisman, Omni-Man, and Rexy. On the side of Monash, you have Genzo, Wash, Joji, Pikachu, Dixon99, and Fioven. Yep, that's it. That's gonna be no.
Yeah, that one. Fioven or something. But we love to see it. So lots of the OG squad are coming out from Monash there, and some new additions as well. Very curious to see how things are going to play out as we have our map on the horizon there. Looks like we may be seeing Dracula here tonight.
And talking about Dracula, I am actually looking forward to when Blade actually joins us. Seriously.
Hey, a few days now, man.
A few days, you know. I was actually
days.
really brought back, you know, into the movies. The Blade #1, you know how they showed it with the right music, and I was like,
yeah,
you guys know, you know, it has to just have one of those things. I want one of the emos to actually bring the music out. It doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. He can just swing and change the music, and that would just be the taunt. I will pay money for it, but at the same time, you know, gotta get into it. I hope someone's gonna be able to get something, practice it, and then show us all the good stuff. In the meantime, we're gonna quickly go into the band.
Nah, surely they bring the music for the MVP screen. Surely.
Oh, yeah.
But Big Band Protect. Goodbye, Magneto. And hello to Emma Frost. Potentially for Monash here. Looking to lock that one down. QUT. Pondering their options. What can they get rid of here? Ooh, the cap. We have seen some great potential from WotOCE on the cap before. We might not see it again. But it's the Battle of the Emmas coming out in the initial stages here. So heavy Vanguard focus in the initial stages of this matchup so far. But next on the chopping block, it's Luna.
Okay. Having the Luna being banned away, I think it does speak a lot more relevance coming through on the side of Monash. They are ones to always dictate the pace. QT on the other side is looking to maybe ban out the Loki, and they know just how much Monash is favoring towards that kind of finishing. Black Panther being completely banned out here. I think this is more towards a full target of a ban coming from Monash. They want to put emphasis on the side of the strategy. They say, well, we're going to have to get a lot more protect so we can play more freely and play that freestyle. Into the protect from QT is going to be the Cloak and Dagger. I feel like through the patches, Cloak and Dagger just gets better and better. It's not worse and worse, contrary to a lot of people think. But yeah, so because there's no threats of Magneto, they're not going to have to be thinking about how many times I'm going to get dunked upon when I activate my Eternal Bond, which is really good. So Loki, it's going to be the focus. There is also a hover to potentially to get the Cloak and Dagger onto the side of Monash while they're still thinking about it. I think it could just be, and I don't think it's too much of an emphasis on where they have to do something else. And so, no, it's going to be the Luna instead.
Yeah, Luna going to be locked in there. So great to see those strategists are locked in for our teams here. Can definitely look to take advantage of those. But speaking of taking advantage, looks like Monash are not going to be able to take advantage of the Punisher. So Now it's time to get locked in. Iron Man and Ultron team up coming out for Jalen and the Talisman there. And big focus around Wolverine. And more to follow. Joji looking to bring out the Psylocke this time. Dixon 99 actually going to be playing the Winter Soldier. So surprised to see Joji not playing Winter Soldier, considering their prominence last season. But great to see that they're allowing their teammate to take up the reins here.
I think it's just something like where Joji goes, you are just going to have to perform. I'll be on the side to, observe if you're falling off the mark or not, because I've set a really high benchmark last season. In the meantime, though, I like what QT is trying to prove here. They do have J. Loong and Talisman. Oh, that's what I thought is going to be more of J. Loong, but it could just be the pack that he's going to be bringing up for his team and then switching off back into Ultron. I'm always a fan of Nano Ray. His spray is really OP, and I feel like when it comes down to pushing power into the front, it does provide a lot more utility than the side without. Monash on the other side, this is the stock standard that they love to go around. It is very 2-2-2 coming in. It can be heavy, it can be light. It's always adjustable to their side. Meanwhile, Omni-Man looking to maybe open up a little bit of a duck. He could just find the target as they're going to start trading blows.
They're looking to trade blows and see which way the wind blows here. Flip the holder back, Pikachu sticking it out on the strategist this time. Just to see how they can navigate this one. Early damage coming out from Dixon 99 though. KO Honor to the strategist there. Honor to the Vanguard. Donnas is down and out. The Talisman to follow. Big focus coming out from Monash here. Singling out those targets and locking in to take control of the mission area.
Yeah, I think this is one of the problems where when you see Monash just find everything, Monash is going to find a little bit more. They're going to find Walsh because of the success of Duck right here. They are going to just find a little bit more of a re-entry onto the side. Meanwhile, Dixon is going to be unchecked. Taking the high ground here is going to quickly make that a little bit more possible on the side of the flies to go back in. Meanwhile, here comes Rage of Ultron. Trying to find it. Oh my god, that could have been heaps, but there is still going to be just the denial. 1 kill for 1. Kraken Impact is going to be released here, but Joji is going to take it down. Here comes the pulse cannon here. Finds the double. And all of a sudden, there is still going to be alive. And what a cancel from Daughters. Denying Dixon 99.
Yeah, incredible stuff coming out from them there. Big denial, and that is going to put them on the back end. Monash did a great job to build up their percentage to 45%, but QUT now looking to drive up their own percent mark here. See if they can spark some further reactions as Donnas does their best to keep their shields up, hold up the front line here. They're going to be strung straight back by the Bionic Hook there. Joji has now brought out the Winter Soldier, switching sides with Dixon 99, so curious to see how this one's going to go. I have BkWhatOCE online as well. Uh-oh, they're getting caught, they're getting cornered. Fate of Both Worlds does keep Monash on live a while longer, and they look to take it. Maelstrom of Madness finding the double KO through. Both strategists are out of here. QUT can be in a bit of trouble, but they do have the Psionic Seduction online, and they're finding KOs of their own here, zoning them out one by one, and they get the job done.
Yeah, I think that would have been Monash's right there. They didn't lose members really early right after that. Although it was a valiant attempt, they were able to find all the backline. The rest of QT still had a little bit more in the tank, and they were able to just take a successful defend here. Now comes the next question. What do you do about the Flyers who's constantly getting buffed, who's constantly just causing havoc? You can't abduct them. You have to keep it rolling. Here comes Rage of Ultron, finds the target. Pikachu is gone. And there's going to be a little bit more. 2, 3, and looking to just continuously deny this. Monash, having no access into the side, is having a little bit of problems.
Yeah, they're faced with their fair share of issues, aren't they? QUT are just pumping through that damage right now, and the percentage is getting so close to the edge. It's portal time though, but they found the quick KO onto Dixon 99 already at a man disadvantage here. This could be problematic. Monash trying their best to hold on. Galactic Legend comes out from Joji here, getting a ton of damage, but they aren't able to get the KO. Jalen takes them down. And the dance of the butterfly comes through from Dixon99 as well. Applied to desperation here. No one's getting shut down on QUT's side though. And they're managing to find the KOs of their own. Monash are struggling here.
Oh, this could be the end here. Very early, giving up onto the side. Nothing that they can do. Very little health. Joji gets taken down on the switch of the Spidey. Ganzo as well onto the dive. They are trying to just make it happen, but it's gonna be shut out. QUT right now, it's an opener. It's a statement. It's absolutely everything that they say they were gonna do. And Monash right now on the response here. So let's show a hand. They're going to have to do a little bit more work coming through because the Flyers definitely cut into their front rank. And then right after that, they were going to be uncontested. Omni-Man abducting the front and also just inserting tons of damage. Gave Monash no choice to be playing into it. And so the current switch is that there is going to be their own Ultron. Joji is going to be on the Spider-Man. Oh, it could just be Hela. Alright, if you're going to be looking into Hela, that is going to be the right answer for the Flyers. But at the same time, needs the finishing power, needs to catch him really into the out opening, because if we're looking at a QT, they knew exactly how to play around the Pikes.
That's right, they know exactly how to play around it. I mean, having no access to the Punisher definitely going to hurt them as well. You can already feel the effects of that one into this composition so far. See how things play out as the mission area 20 seconds away from unlocking here on Clintar, and looking play things out to succession. Creeping around the corners of the map. The damage is already trickling ahead though. They're facing a fair bit of issues, fair bit of problems here. Enzo already in trouble, but Joji finds the opening KO. No chance for that strategist. But the Talisman out the invincible pulse cannon, and I'm getting a bit worried considering all of Monash's players are basically all in one place.
Oh, and Omni-Man finds Welsh right here, and Joji also gets taken out. This is just going to be the mop-up, and they don't really get Omni-Man onto the punish as well. It's just, he's running around on Mark. He gets to do whatever the hell he wants. Anytime he feels danger, he's just going to completely shift out, and at the same time, he gets backed up, because if you do dive Omni-Man right after and chase him, look at the position of the Talisman. He will instantly ult downwards and catch everyone onto the act, and they have to respect to him. Here comes Rage of Ultron. They are going to try to make a claim. Here comes the tunnel bomb. Donald's going to get taken out by Dixon, which is going to be good, but here comes the post. Finds the double kill, and all of a sudden, it is still going to be just QT locking it down.
Locking it down and locking the heck in. They are finding their mark on this one, taking these players down one after the other here. Really great stuff coming through from QUT in the initial stages, and see if they are going to be able to do it all over again, because they're not at the end of the road yet. Monash still got an ultimate or two online. Can definitely use those to get on top of the point here, but they're struggling to find their way in. Speaking of a psionic seduction coming out from WHOOSH there, trying their best to find one. Fioven gets KO'd through. Goddess of Death coming out from Joji here, trying their best to shut them down. They do catch Jalen, so not too shabby, but there's still more to follow. Pikachu, Fate of Both Worlds here. Donners does get shut down as well. This is a brand new comeback coming out from Monash here, and Joji is locking the heck in.
Yeah, Joji right now finally alive with Dixon onto the Ultron here. They are going to find a little bit more of a resurgence while they are able to recapture. But look at that, 98% threatened by QT. And yeah, it's one of those pressure things where you're going to have to keep on cooking them continuously. While QT was maintaining that lead, they were able to really fuel themselves. Their confidence is just brimming. At the same time, Joji have to make those aims very, very nice and precise. Has to be completely boosted. So there is the boost on him, which is great. But the thing is, right now, he's still being focused right here. Not doing as enough as he would have liked, but Omni-Man is going to get taken down by Ganzo and Rage of Ultron beaming from the top. There is going to be a little bit of contest into the air. While they are trying to do this, trying to lock down the Iron Man, there is not going to be any finishing. And if Rex does button, which is now, he does get to threaten and play a little bit more into the back line. That's exactly what he wants to do. He is just going to be getting away with this. And Fioven is going to get taken down. Talisman gets grabbed, but not enough to be finished off.
Enough to be finished off. Last stand coming out though. Omni-Man is destroying them. And they will be able to take prominence over the mission area. Dixon tried to hold it back, but it's just not enough time. And just like that, 2 points locked in. And Monash is sent packing out of map 1. As Kalintar goes in favor of QUT.
What an interesting first map. You see QT punching right out of the gates when they were taking a little bit of risk here and there. But then right after that, Omni-Man attacking that front, providing that stable DPS, uncontested from the tanks. And then right after that, Monash, while they were trying to find their edge from round 1 and 2, they were not able to break open completely. They had the good picks, they had the right synergy, but right after that, the execution, they didn't find what stuck around properly for them. And so it's a little bit of a disaster on hand for now, but then it's not the full concluder. So looking at what Monash can possibly get back right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they can bring out of this one. It seemed like they were playing a very adaptable composition there. Like, obviously, having Pikachu on the roster, they're more known for their group. So I was curious, the fact that they were placed on 2 strategists in this one. So I think maybe Monash, just to kind of trying to figure things out at the moment. Their composition or roster is a little bit different. So I think they're just trying to find their footing. They definitely still have their strengths. They've still got their strong players. So curious to see what this next map is going to look like for them, because it did seem a little bit disjointed at times there. And QUT, they seemed locked in. They were taking advantage. They seemed to know exactly what they came in to do, and they were doing it super duper well. I was very impressed with their Wolverine, and there's a reason that they made MVP. Just going absolutely massive, like just crazy from Omni-Man.
Yeah, when you have a name called Omni-Man, right, you're going to have to do well. If you imagine you don't do well when your name is Omni-Man, everyone's going to be looking at you, is going to be like, it's just one of those, fakes right there. And so living up to his name, definitely showing off, exactly what he's made out of. I think, he's one of the more successful Wolverines in the competition so far, throughout the opening night and even to the last series. We didn't really get to see as many good Wolverines as possible like tonight. And definitely, setting up that benchmark, setting out exactly what he's meant to do, and then enabling the rest of his team to buy a little bit more time. And I feel like because you had to be weary of Omni-Man taking your front, and then right after that, there is the aerial assault from Talisman and I think it was Jay Loon. Both of them did quite well when it comes down to just hiding and then playing peekaboo around the corner, and then setting up for a little bit more when they had the ults, especially when people started following into the side. Invincible Pulse Cannon was just waiting on the top, on the angle. Usually people don't, swing backwards 180 and then right up on another 120 just to see it. And so good reactions all around, good setup. Maybe we will see a little bit more. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows what else is going to be in store for this one. Map 1 definitely seemed quite convincing in favor of QUT. I think they were locked in. I think very slow start coming out from Monash there. So curious to see if they can bring themselves back, find that composure heading into the second map here. Maybe they were just finding their footing, having a little bit of a warm-up map there. And I think that they're going to be hoping they can bring their best foot forward into map 2 and look to make a grander impact. I want to see this one go the distance. I wouldn't mind a map 3. Map 3 never hurt anybody. Certainly makes for great competition, and that's what we love to see here in the AEL University Elite Series, isn't it, Emp?
Yep, absolutely. We want to see things competitive. We want you guys to do really well, and so we can also get really excited about it. More than anything, I think we want to see what you guys have been cooking since the season has changed. Always something that we want to be doing, and just be grasping for air. It's like, oh my god, these guys are doing the distance. They are doing everything impossible that we usually don't see, and it's just an absolute spectacle.
Yeah, you could say it's fantastic. And maybe we might see a little fantastic coming out in this next map here. The Brainiac bounce. Talked on it before. I can talk on it again. We love to see the Brainiac bounce coming through. But you know what we are seeing through our next map? as you can see, right below our wonderful faces there, we've got our next map online coming here very, very soon. So our players are going to be pumped up. I thought you were about to open a portal there, Amp. I was getting a bit scared, you know. I was like thinking, ooh, bringing out the strange energy, you know. Are you starring in the next movie? Are you in Doomsday?
Oh, I wish.
Yeah? Yeah,
I just want to.
One of the
I
wizards?
just want to be.
Yeah?
No. Just put me on the background. I'm a nobody.
Yeah.
Just put me on the background. I just want to be part of a background scene, and I'm good with that. You know, that's dream accomplished. Life, you know, life well lived.
That'd be so cool. You'd love to see it. But what I'd love to see is how well our players are going to fare heading into this next map here. Definitely eager for what's ahead of us, you know, and especially eager heading in towards Season 3.5 when play does become available for play in general, but also for play in this here competition, whenever that will be. So definitely keen to see how that'll go. But what we do see go down right now is that pick ban, a protect phase. Goodbye to Magneto. There's no Meteor M this time, so you don't need to worry about the stars crashing down from above, but you do need to worry about the psionic seduction, because Emma has been protected.
Yeah, I think the one-shot Magneto is possibly one of the best things that to deny the backline. And when it comes down to Fate of both roles, every single time, or even Internal Bonds, one Meteor AM placed out is going to be the full answer. And that's something no team want to be facing up, so it's always going to be a good thing for them to be protecting the Emma and, you know, banning out the Magneto. Meanwhile, there is still going to be a further ban onto the Cap. They already know the prowess of Monash when it comes down to Walsh on the pick. His signature when it comes down to a last Elite Series did fantastically well onto it. The Cap was just unstoppable. There is still going to be a further ban onto the Black Panther and the Loki. And so things hasn't really changed up all that much around the pick and protect and the band here. But right after that, you know, do we see anything more spicier? Because we did have the Punisher being banned away, which gave QT all the room necessary to be playing their flyers. And if they do opt to go for the Luna protect here, the soldier, I mean, the Punisher here can be further locked.
Let's see what they can do with it now. Oh no. They've done it again. They've done it again. Punisher locked out. So QUT are doing a great job of like getting these targeted bans, let's say, along on to Monash here, because we've seen before that Walsh can play a really good Captain America coming into the fray there. So not having access to that definitely does hurt them. But one of the same with Punisher, because Punisher has just been such a powerful duelist, but banning out the Iron Man could assist them here, because, I mean, we've seen the impact of Iron Man into the last map there. It was just insane. But, I mean, that's not the only insane thing about what QUT's composition was. I mean, there's a reason Omni-Man has been playing Wolverine, and they're playing it again, alongside the again expert on Winter Soldier. So, I'm curious how it'll work out for them this time. Like, I do admire the fact that Monash has tried to take down some of that poke capability that we did see from QUT, considering they just held down that choke point with the Iron Man into the last map and just kept getting tons of chip damage through. So Monash were already facing a ton of problems before they could even face off to form some resistance. But now, maybe now is their time to shine. You know, Joji heading out onto the BP. They got the Hella for Dixon as well. This could be their moment here.
I think it's one of those things where you just go, you know, we've dealt with one problem into the ban phase. You know, where do we go with the next? Yes, we're able to put a ban onto the Iron Man, but now, you know, that just forces the Talisman to, you know, switch it up. Mr. Fantastic here being selected by QDX. So, you know, this is a complete different kind of a team where they are going to get a little bit of surprise here and there. Yes, there's a Black Panther that's going to wreck a little bit of a backline, but right after that, it is still a lot more urgency onto the side of QT's pick. They are happy with this one, and you can see Mixel 99 getting very low right there onto the percent. Wasn't the best kind of percent coming down into the DPS, but gotta be very careful as they're setting up. Joji finds Jay Lu and Donors on the exit. That's what you want to see when you're on a BP. Nice abductive. Ionic Arm does find it, but it's not enough to full toggle away into a death here. But at the same time, it is still very early days. They just came out of the door.
Yeah, just opened the door. Not going to be able to find too much out of it as yet. Oh, look at those shots. The Talisman is locked in, and Omni-Man is ready to hunt as well. But wow, the freeze are coming out there from Pikachu. Good to lock them in place, you know, keep them out of the fray there. Speaking of, there it is, Mr. Fantastic. Ask and you shall receive, and I think some of our viewers were asking for it. So QDXO does deliver, but they will be KO'd.
Yeah, I think I will take that as a sacrifice. Oh, but he's from behind. There's going to be a Rage of Ultron to quickly save the front here. They know exactly how much they're going to have to be going into it. But it is still a lot of DPS on its seduction onto the side. They want to make the final claim, but Walsh is going to get taken down. Now focusing onto the Luna. You can see Pikachu is going to be investing, but right after that, a Psionic seduction onto the side. Finds a little bit more. Genzo is going to be brought down to earth, and Mr. Fantastic gets taken down. Cutie is not going to be able to get the revenge, and Joji is very happy to be taking that one. I feel like Joji, onto the switch, onto the BP, now has found his groove and setting himself up for success. QT, it's not the same kind of opening that we were expecting. We were expecting a lot more ferociousness. We were expecting a lot more explosiveness. Right now, it's very, very tame.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show with a different hero landscape, they have to play it at a different pace. But in saying that, Monash are doing a great job of holding them back. Like, GoddOCE of Death coming out from Dixon there. That's a ton of damage in the backline. Look at that. They're forcing them back. Everfrost doing a great job with the shields there. But here we go. Brainiac bounce. QDXO bouncing on it and does manage to get the KO through. Great stuff coming through from them there, and this is exactly what QUT needs to get it over the line. Joji's KO'd, and there it is. First checkpoint locked in.
And one of the hardest points to be captured is the first and the third. The second one, you can really just wash it, but look at this angle, but Omni-Man wanted the full that barely misses it. You can see the Pharaoh Leap just trying to target properly, but Wash just able to sidestep. I don't even think it was something that he meant, but at the same time, it's just so hard. The skill cap is there. If you want to get a successful leap, you're going to have to come in really hard, and that's what Omni-Man was doing this whole time. And I have to say, right now, QDXO, he doesn't care. He says he's going to be playing PP. I'm going to be doing a little bit more. Here comes Rage of Ultron. There is the investment, trying to find the forward and backwards, but Omni-Man finds Dixon. And while there might be a little bit of a trade coming through, you can see there's the backup from Donors. Watch is going to get taken down. QDXO, then there's Cracker Impact, resets, coming in, looking for Genzo, doesn't find it, but this is just so much room.
Yeah, they've managed to quite literally heave their way almost entirely towards that second checkpoint. Ooh, Genzo. I thought we might see the symbiote team up once again there. Not going to happen, though. Going to play into the strange here. Maybe play onto a portal at the last moment. Definitely could work out for them here, but they're looking to play into it. The Talisman focused up on the Hela. Dixon is out of here. The KO comes through. Omni-Man going to be traded out there. QDXO now looking to jump around the back line as well. Psionic Seduction comes through, and they are immediately shut down. Pikachu at least had Fate of Both Worlds, so they can play into it. And here comes Fast Descent. Joji going to be pouncing on their enemies, looking to force them as far away as possible. And Monash managed to find a peace, if only for a moment.
Well, they did find some nice little bit of scoring, and I say both sides got their strength and weaknesses. Got to be careful. Any cutie of dots here can also be devastating, and now he's looking. Maybe he's going to be investing. Here comes the branding bounce. That's the first one. Guess the second one. Looking for the third one. There it is. Around to that. It's going to bottom to the side. Does find Rexy. Georgie is going to be just fine, but Pikachu is going to be traded as well. Meanwhile, we will do that trade every single time. And oh my god. QDXO is going to quickly steal 2 kills coming through, but the Talisman is going to be traded. and all of a sudden, it is still going to be the recovery coming in. QUT maintaining that lead. They are going to be continuously delivering. And this is starting to look like a problem. Monash, they do have a little bit more into the tank. Kenzo does have Agamotto looking at some kind of a chance, but it's immediately put away.
All the way, the distance is greater, but the Kraken impact is fierce. And they're looking to see if they can get more out of it as well, but the damage just ain't big enough. Joji goes down to Rexy, blocking that one in. Agamotto comes through, but it's too little too late. QUT push it past the gate and lock in the push with 2 minutes and 4 seconds to spare. And now the sides must switch. Will Monash be able to find that same power that they had on their defense into the offensive sector here? Already I'm liking what I'm seeing. Clobbering time online. Genzo jumping onto the Emma Frost there. Dixon sticking it out well and true to the Hella. Joji playing into the team up. So we will see the attack of the clones on this one. Curious to see what else could be in store here. Because QUT have been something fierce all the way through.
Yeah, I have to admit, you know, we were expecting Monash to come out of the gates and really swing back and forth. But while they were swinging, QUT, it just became an unstoppable force coming out. They really played to the strength, you know. I feel like the Protect and the Big Base has really done them favors. They said, all right, we'll let you guys keep on dealing with one problem while we move to the next one. The solution is going to have to be compound. And while there was some semblance of, I guess, problem solving from the side of Monash, the BP hasn't really done as much as the rest would have reflected. I think, you know, when it comes down to raw performance, the BP was great. You know, everything was right about it. But then right after that, the team composition really let it down as well, and that was not able to contain it. Meanwhile, though, that is just unbelievable stuff coming in from Omni-Man, finding the early target. The pick on Dixon 99 is going to make sure that one DPS is going to be a little bit more less on the side of Monash.
Yeah, one less duelist to deal with there, but there's one less Vanguard online for Monash now. Gento is out of action. QDXO, the duelist follows. So, Wosh now out of the fray. QUT doing a great job to shove them out the way. Monash forced back to the spawn point for a moment longer, and Omni-Man is looking from above. Eyes razor sharp. The oversight like a hawk. Ready to pounce down onto their prey. There we go. Catch. Genzo in a bit of trouble. Wosh comes to save them. Looking to force the issue, but Wosh is KO'd. Looking to shut down even more. Omni-Man is ripping it up. Get out of here, he screams. And Joji is the next victim on the chopping block. Oh, the catch onto Dixon. They're in so much pain and there's no reprieve.
Oh man, they marked him. Omni-Man was just looking that whole time, looking at the 4 targets, and he says very, very juicy. And once again, he has, oh, he's gotta be careful. Genzo, straight up, leaped up, land is gonna be finished. There's no more strength to the up. QDXO is gonna be looking to find a little bit more back, looking to complete the targeting. Joji, Dixon, all down. Roche finally finishing off Omni-Man. But that's the price that they will continuously pay if he means denying Monash's advance. And so, there is going to be all the respawn, but you got to be careful. There is 3 ults against the 4. The potentials are everywhere. If you do one wrong thing, just like now, you can't hit the boom of your team. Talisman gets picked up, and so the butterfly, the whole creature saying, you know what, it is chaos, and everyone is trying to get a little bit more edge, but so far QT, 2 members down.
The Brainiac bounce finds its impact, taking down the strategist there, but Monash tripled back and found all the KOs they needed. Finally, at long last, they are able to push their way up towards the halfway point, but there's so much more they need to do. They had to fight and work so hard just to get a chance to push this one. And they have to do it all over again if they want to get it past this checkpoint. But speaking of, God of Mischief is online. Mr. Fantastic could be offline in a second. Here comes the Eternal Bond. QUT ready to go, but Gento has already shot down 2 of them. The KOs are coming through here. They might be able to change up the vibe though. QDXO is out of here. They're trying to shut him down, but QUT are falling apart. What is going on right now, Eb?
I think Genzo caught their advance straight up with Agamotto. He found pretty much all of them coming in, and so nothing is gonna stop him from this capture. It means that they're gonna go again, but there is gonna be a portal as well. I think QT was trying to just finish this one off as quick as they can, but at the same time, there was just attempts. It's a little bit too little, too late. But when it comes down to it, they still have plenty of opportunities to mark a red. Choke point here is that they must stop it on the long run. If they don't stop there, it's going to be a really hard one to contain. And then nothing's going to stop them from the other angles to be advancing. Meanwhile, if you're looking at the ults, there is going to be the full charge up coming in. Omni-Man Palace is going to be the first one up. In the reverse, Monash is quite healthy. That's what the butterfly trying to isolate here. There is going to be the trade, 3 for the price of 1. Dixon and Georgie is going to be happy to take that one. And right now, finding the pick onto QDXO once again, I feel like it's going to be the problem solved on the side of Monash. They are looking to re-enter the supremacy, and this fight is not over just yet.
It ain't over till it's over, my man, and we'll see which team is going to be able to push ahead. And now, as Monash desperately tries to clamber around, QUT going to be right around the corner, though. They do have Kraken Impact online, but speaking of online, it's the Psionic Seduction. Time to push them into the fray. Genzo has gone down, though. QUT found a way out of it, and they might just be able to pump things up a notch. Eternal Bond comes out from Rexy. Fate of Both Worlds coming out as well. Whoosh, not in the line for it. Does get punished. KOs coming through. QUT are hunting down these KOs right now. Dixon desperately trying to retreat, and QUT force them back, but QDXO is caught out. Joji finding their place to stand up, stand tall, and this could be another fight in the works.
Yeah, this is one of those problems where Mr. Fantastic, yes, you find a really great mark, but the trade-off is that you don't really have an exit. And when you cut off, you're pretty much Dunzos right here. And so you'll see it. It's going to be a little bit more Ivagamotto from the back end, so it's going to be finding it. But that last stand is going to be okay. Picture is going to be far. And so the butterfly onto the back, cracking impact, trying to find a little bit more value against punish here. Orders of Death looking on top, trying to find something, anything to get this one through. But Dixon having no surprise here is just going to be tapped out by QDXO. This is going to be one of those moments where you are going to be on that long run here. You have to make a full break and fully capture. Otherwise, this final fight will just be lethal. And so, looking at this one, there is going to be a Eternal Bond invested. QDXO is at the back trying to find it. And he's going to be just fine as Fuven is going to get taken down.
Yeah, we'll get taken down. Wosh going to be found as well. So, KO's coming through there. Joji does manage to take out the opposing Winter Soldier. Trade coming through from Jalen. QDXO joining in as well. Going to see Pikachu bring out the Fate of Both Worlds there. They are holding on desperately to this one. Time is ticking. They do not have much of it left at all here. And we'll see if they are going to be able to bring it back, because Jalen has brought out... Oh! The Eternal Bond gets pulled off the map by Joji! They're brought back though. Wosh gets the KO through. QUT holding strong as well. Omni-Man is down, and QDXO getting targeted. Still alive, still kicking. And they fight Furman. OT timer is running its course. Somehow QDXO is still alive, but finally they will be KO'd. And Monash are pushing like they've never pushed before. Joji trying to hold back as well. They could get caught here. This is an issue, and here they come, Em.
Oh my god, both sides playing on a knife's edge. They are both trying for it. There's going to be the Sonic Seduction. That's going to be eventually looking for the full targets. They are going to find Rexy, but Genzo going to be interrupted. You do not get to be stunning. So here comes my one. Genzo gets taken down. Onto the back. Looking for the reset. Trying to find that. Here it is. He's good. Looking desperate for a target. Looking to get this one. Spectacular spin. Finishes them off. And Fuman's going to get taken out with donors onto the side. If you look at it, both sides is struggling. But there is gonna be the second point captured, and 1 minute and 30 gets added to the side of Monash.
Oh my gosh, they had to fight so hard for that one, but they have managed to get it past that second checkpoint. Not much time has been added to the counter as well, so journey's not over yet, and they still have to work just as hard, if not even harder. All they have is the Goddess of Death available. Maybe more around the corner, but they have to work towards that. QUT could take advantage of this trickle, take advantage of this time here. Monash, they're still pushing up, still shooting for it. WhatOCE going to be KO'd through though. QUT already starting the rip and tear again, trying to see if they can dismantle this offense just as quickly as it builds up. And Jalen brings out the God of Mischief here. Eternal Bond online with that one. Looking to do more with it as well. Pikachu bringing out the Fate of Both Worlds just at the perfect time here. Trying to keep their team alive as long as they possibly can. Last stand could be on the other side of that Fate of Both Worlds. Then there'd be a real problem. And Rexy brings out the power. But they are shut down immediately. It all just keeps happening. The Brainiac bounce doubles down as well. The time is ticking here. And it could be all over in a flash.
Uh-oh. 4 seconds left. Are we going to be hearing it? Look here, Judgy is trying to buy the time. There's the OT tap. And I tell you what, he's put enough time. He has put enough time. Omni-Man is going to get punished right here. Trying to contain all the rest of the members and have made a cracking impact on the side. But Ganzo finally gets a little bit of an ult here, but he's going to be resetted until the cracking impact is going to be looking for a little bit more in this OT. May finally close, and wow, what a match coming in from QT against Monash.
Oh my gosh, can you believe it? Incredible stuff coming out from QUT there. They managed to find a clean endeavor. Monash brought themselves up towards the end of that one there. You could tell they were playing as hard as they possibly could, but QUT managed to get it over the line. Jalen, the MVP on the God of Mischief, Loki. And they will be able to find their first victory of the season. What an incredible turn of events there. They have taken down last season's champions.
Yeah, what a statement made by QT right here. They really showed that they were prepared and that they had everything nailed down on pat. Monash, in the beginning, that they said right from the get-go, we're going to have to, ban out the Iron Man because that was just such a problem created by Jalen from the last one. But right after that, they said, no problem. We're not going to be playing Flyers at all. We're just going to be sticking to a little bit more of a traditionalist style. And I'm always a fan when Mr. Fantastic is being brought out because every time you play Mr. Fantastic, you get a kill, great. But then right after that, if you're completely separated from your team because you decided to quickly press a button right after and you want to connect in, and then you get yourself into a very unfavorable position and you're just completely cut off from the rest of your team, you're just going to be gone instantly. So death count is a little bit more higher than he would like, but right after that, who are we to complain? We got a beautiful match from QET, and I will thank them for it.
Absolutely. Much appreciated to all teams involved there. Just super duper great stuff. What a competitive match coming through. QUT managing to take control of that series. Omni-Man in name and nature. They just delivered on that Wolverine. Just crazy, man. Just absolutely crazy. Can't believe what we've witnessed here tonight. But QUT showing that they mean business. And they want to go all the way to the top. And, it plays in exactly what I've been saying to our players in our interviews. I think this season is going to be way more competitive, and I am all for it, Emp.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring out the big guns. Everyone is going to have to, dance to the tune. Yes, you might be able to win the last one, but then we're into a new season. Time to defend your crown. Time to defend your champion status. And especially through this season, it is very hard into contesting. Everyone is starting to skill up, and they are shaping up with a team competition. QT right here, unbelievably, just swinging straight up. No doubt in the back of my mind that they were more than prepared for tonight. Omni-Man definitely showing up, and I have to give him credit. Where they thought that they weren't going to be able to shine, Omni-Man was shining all around. It was just like a diamond everywhere he went, and he placed such a big target on his back where everyone's trying to finish him off, And even without a Phoenix to support him onto the passive, he was still able to utilize that completely. Really good off angles from the high peak, even went to the side, and he just kept on finishing people off. One of the most annoying things that you can be dealing with when it comes down to this composition is just that Wolverine just never wants to die. And then when you think you've got him, he's going to quickly activate that final stand. It's just, you know what? Everyone's dead. You know, that's exactly the way it is. And he gets regenerated back into hell. And the rest is have to deal with J-Loon. And it's just an absolute peak perfection. And yeah, give us some more of these kind of thoughts.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. I think that Wolverine definitely a very powerful hero, especially in the right hands, and very eager to see more of that play through through the rest of this season and potentially there beyond as well. But you know what? Speaking of things we're excited for our interview right now with one of our victors. It's Jay!
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, fantastic. And real pleasure to have you on board here tonight. And I guess jumping straight into it, how are you feeling about the season?
I think for us on paper, this was meant to be the hardest game, and we actually don't have our full roster. So I think to come out with a win here was out of my expectations, but I think we look really, really strong, and I think we have a good shot at winning the whole thing, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you felt like game number 1 was a little bit of a different story, game number 2, you guys really showed up for it. But talk me through game number 1, you know, where you guys had the Iron Man team up with Ultron. Was that the full setup that you guys always wanted to get in for tonight?
Yeah, we kind of knew that going into it. We looked at the strength of our roster, like compared to the other teams, and we felt that our supports were really strong. Like Rexy can play everything at a super high level when he gets his Lunar Band off of him. And we knew that with the band system that Ultron would be available for me, and we just felt that like my Ultron was super, super valuable, and it was good to have it open. So when it's open, we try to take that chance.
Yeah, great to play into your strengths there, and I'm sure that we're going to see much more of those all throughout the season there. But I guess outside of Monash, are there any other teams which you feel might be competitive?
Yeah, I think when we were looking at the rosters, we thought UNSW was going to be really good as well. So yeah, looking forward to that game. But to be honest, I think there's like a lot of strong teams across the board, and I mean we can see with how our roster, like things can change really quickly. So we're expecting a game from everybody pretty much.
Fair enough. And you know, to cap it off, like run me through the comps. Right, was when Omni-Man decides to jump off and quickly abduct from the top of Spider Islands. What was going through to the communication? Was it just like quickly gets a fair relief? He goes, "Yep, quickly get focused." Is that what everyone's going through?
It was just kind of like we're all just sort of amazed it happened. Like it seems he performs miracles pretty much. Like honestly, I was just saying, "Oh, you're the GOAT." Like every time, every pull, I just don't know how he gets away with it. He's just getting so much value out of the Wolf, and like to be honest, they should have banned it off of him. It was just so good.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. I was kind of surprised that they banned into the Iron Man, into that last one there, as opposed to the Wolverine. So something they'll have to reflect on heading into their future endeavors. But happy days for you guys. You know, you managed to take away the victory.
Sure.
You surprised yourselves, and I got to say, best of luck to you and your roster for the rest of the season. You know, I'm expecting great things from you guys and honestly every single team here this season. I think this one is going to just absolutely light up.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
And there you go. To get some insight from Jay there. So I really appreciate them coming on board for the interview there after taking a successful victory. You know, really impressed with how the teams are performing here this season. I think that things have really spiced up, and you know, we still got a little bit of spice left on the deck. We still got another series we are going to cook up. So whilst we get that one prepared, everybody, don't go anywhere. It's time for a break, and we'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series with Matzi and Emperor ZK coming to you live for another Marvel Rivals series. Our last one, last but not least, here tonight. And Emp, tonight has been just on fire all the way through. And I don't know what this last one's going to look like, but I'm super duper keen to find out as it's Macquarie taking on RMIT.
Yeah, this is gonna be the final one of the first week of your Elite Series, and I'm looking forward to it, especially since Corey, like, come on, what do you have? We have Tashi 250R, Accelerate, Crescent, Diluwu, Adam Jigen, Bodfrag, and of course on the side of RMIT you have Air Ninja, Smiles, Kyrie, Out the Roof, Ghetto, and User Coin 53. I love people's names, and I tell you what, this is exactly what we needed to see more, and more.
That's right, the creative aliases never cease to amaze there, and I'm sure that their amazing names are going to result in just as amazing plays coming out from all of these teams here today. And honestly, you know, I'm seeing some very notable names on all these rosters tonight, and it just gets me so pumped up to see the capabilities of these players shine through in their gameplay. But, you know, where are they going to be playing? Well, our next map is going to be on our screens right now, so definitely keen to see how they fare heading into this one. Macquarie versus RMIT. As we saw before, we see it again. They are going to be pumped up for our final series of the night. And who will be the last to lock in the W and tie things up for first place? We'll find out.
Yeah, this will be a very one. Most of them into the domination. You do have a little bit of this and that. There is gonna be the Human Torch ban away with the Emma, the Protect. I think the whole time is going to be very, very similar to everything that we have. There is going to be the Wolverine onto the deck. And yeah.
Yeah, curious to see how things will go, but it looks like I know how things are going to go for Macquarie. They bound out Emma, and they are going to take Emma. But you know what RMIT are going to do? Ban the Torch, ban the Captain, and take on a Psylocke. So, big focus on that duelist there, but it looks like Macquarie do not want the Captain America. So, unfortunately for Smiles, they can't bring out the Cap tonight. But maybe in map 2. We'll see. Next set of bans, though, coming out, and they're hovering Wolverine.
Yeah, I think if you've been watching the series tonight, Wolverine is a very scary pick. If you are not a favor of playing against it, definitely ban it away, even just for a good measure coming through. And so that's going to be it. Wolverine ban away with Magneto, but I do have to say, there is still opportunities to be playing the Magneto. Protect him with the Strange might be a little bit of a strange one indeed, because he's more often than what utilized. And no one really puts an emphasis on his full entirety of ban, which gives Macquarie a little bit more chance and room to be thinking about what else that they want to do. And you know what, Lunar Snow being banned away, I think that's going to be good. And at the same time, they can look to protect their own Magneto if that's something that they wish to be playing for, because it's just a full open with whatever they want when it comes down to the full strategist, and they are going to have their own Luna. So it's very interesting of their pick. And RMIT, I guess at the same time, they want to take out the potential Magneto. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that one in the end, but it could just all be targeted as well. So both RMIT and MQU, they're going to have that little bit of freedom in the beginning, and then they're going to have to show us why some of these picks have been locked away.
That's it, going to have to showcase exactly why they're choosing to play in this direction, and curious to see how things will go as they look to put on a show. But Storm, I think this is the first time we've seen a Storm tonight. I saw the Jeff hover there, so could have seen Jeff NATO. It's not meant to be, though. Not yet, anyway. But very excited to see what's going to be cooking up here. Tashi notably did play a bit of Star-Lord into the previous season. Is looking in the Punisher here, heading in towards season 3.5 though. We could see a return of that Star-Lord, you know. I do like their new team up. They can blink around a little bit. So very excited for what's ahead for the game within the next few days. But we are going to be getting prepared for battle here into this one right now. RMIT ready and waiting to storm out the gates. Macquarie, one in the same, ready to go. 5 seconds is all that remains here. Will we see a battle of portals in the initial stages, or are they going to run it down?
This is the one. Here comes the portal. Really want to just get this one in. RMIT, you know, they are looking to try to get a little bit. It could just be the back opening. Very interestingly enough, they don't really find any of the target just yet, so it's a little bit of a late entry. And I tell you what, although the mission area hasn't been unlocked just yet, it still gives tons of agency for their side. Accelerate, meanwhile, sitting up onto the storm, is going to have all the controls that they want together as well. And as you can see, it's just a lot that they can be dealing with. So MPU going to be the first one to be looking to the cabin. RMIT, they have yet to make out of the gate just yet.
Yet to make it out the gate, and we'll see if they are going to be able to find a way in, because at the moment Macquarie are holding them at bay so well, but maybe not for long. Big focus from OTR here, does catch the KO onto Loki. Crescent's down, OTR trying to fight Storm as well. There it is, the Duelist is punishing, taking all the damage here. RMIT lost the initial percentage, but they've now gained favor on to the mission area, and we'll see if Macquarie can find a way back in.
Yeah, it was just a full dissection coming in from RMIT. You know, they say 28 is all you'll get. At the same time, here comes the storm. Will we see it? Where's it going to be? It's going to be at the back. It is quite good. The amount of damage that you wrecked was enough for them to also head by Invincible Post Cannon onto the side. Oh my god! Oh my god! No way! There goes the whole team. 5 into OTR. Oh, no. What a play.
Penta KO coming out from the Invincible Pulse Cannon. This is exactly what you want to see from an Iron Man, and they have delivered. I thought Macquarie would bring it back, but denial is in its entire force. Strangling Prison coming out from Air Ninja as well now, but Macquarie are looking to deliver some punishment. Fate of both worlds, saving them, but not for long. Kari catches them, and we'll be looking to dish out a bit more damage as well here. Macquarie get back on track and manage to nullify the percentage gain for RMIT. And now, it's all pressure on RMIT to try and get back onto the point here, as Macquarie slowly but certainly claw their way to meet them.
Oh, that was kind of unbelievable. Where we thought, you know, MQU, that was just devastating on what they took. They easily took it in the stride, and they said we're ready to play a little bit more. Now, Eye of Agamotto is going to be available. Do we get to see it? It's going to be the next question, as they are trying to contain here. Might be a little bit too late right now. God of Mischief is going to be onto the back. Invincible Post Cannon onto the side. They are going to still find the kills. 2 for the price of 1. Accelerate. Wrapping around. He's going to find it. Here comes another one. Oh, and could we get it? Looking, finding the backline here. He's going to find both Frag and Crescent. He's going to be taken down. At the same time, Accelerate. He does find something damage initially, but gets shut down immediately. And look at Kyrie, completely unfazed, just gonna go in and check them all out.
Go in, check them all out, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do more with it. Portal activated now. Macquarie trying their best to culminate their efforts, find their way back in. Final Judgment is available. They can activate that, play into the Eye of Agamotto as well. Here we go. Final Judgment coming out from Tashi right now, trying to get the KO through. This could be their chance, their time to bring things back. And Air Ninja goes down. Here we go. Tashi now bringing it up. Dance to the Butterfly coming out from Kari though. Double KO on to 3. They're looking to take everybody down with them. Kari is unstoppable, and they managed to put the final nail in the coffin. OT runs its course, and RMIT lock in the first point.
That was an absolute clinical try from RMIT. where they said in the beginning, we're just going to set up a portal to maybe find something spicy. But then right after that, they said, hang on a second, let's just do it normally. Let's just do it and remind everyone why we are here to play. So many good times to be played. OTR having the greatest kills that he's probably ever experienced in one of these competitions. And right after that, you know, Kyrie finding the mark, saving the rest of the game. No more OT to be played from MPU. Definitely spoke in volume here, just about what kind of things that they're going to bring into the fight. MPU right here, what is going to be the response? They do have 2 ults loaded up, ready to go, and they can be looking to get that early agency if they wish. But at the same time, you know, we'll look at the Strange. Right, if you do want to find it, the AEL in the beginning might not be the best tool to be throwing out. A Bolt Frag definitely can be looking to open it up first, but they have to take out Air Ninja or get him on an off angle.
That's right. They need to find the right point of entry there, the right point of attack here. And I am so curious to see if they can find it, execute the strategy to success as the Psionic Seduction comes out, but it's shut down immediately by Air Ninja. The Vine Strike coming through with a Strangling Prison there. Air Ninja putting things into fruition. Tashi's down, Crescent to follow. Everybody's getting KO'd right now. And RMIT managed to lock in and take that early control.
That's what I was saying. You can't just be throwing it out there, especially when a Groot is in front of your face. And the one who's behind the Groot is Air Ninja. This man knows exactly how to be placing it, being a very solo tank this whole time. And so, one ult being denied means that there's going to be a few more opportunities for the rest. And as the rest of MPU trying to make it out of their base, trying to maybe gain a little bit of foothold, they are taking a ton of damage. But in reverse though, they catch Air Ninja. And here comes the full setup. It's going to be denied. Skulls gets taken down. And there's going to be the Invisible Pulse Cannon. Once again, they don't see anything. It is another massive triple kill. The cleanup crew right here. And everyone goes down.
Just super powerful plays coming out. OTR is on lock right now. And we'll see if they can manage to find a way through this one, because RMIT, they have activated and they've got more tools at their disposal. Accelerate, hunted by Kari on the Psylocke. What a great way to stagger out those players, get the early KO through. Let's see if they can manage to do more again. A Fate of Both Worlds coming out from a Crescent there, using the God of Mischief to steal that ultimate. And OTR gets KO'd through. Macquarie could be on track here, but the Eternal Bond keeping them alive here, doing everything they can. Ayabugamoto comes out from Smiles, but it's the final judgment which could bring them back. Kari's down, damage coming out in abundance. No one shutting down Tashi, no one can. The damage is just too much, but Smiles gets it done, taking them off the point. Strangling Prison comes out as well. The damage is just unstoppable right now. Just when you think Macquarie can bring it back against RMIT, RMIT deliver and defend valiantly.
Oh, what a shutdown all around. Air Ninja and Smiles, they said we don't need to do anything else. This is going to be ours to quickly secure. Not even a semblance of resistance. Nothing you can be playing. MQU completely destroyed onto that play. And I tell you what, this is why RMIT is one of those competition winners, right? They always come around. They know exactly what to do. The roles are completely diversified and they all see a different angle. And so, this is going to be map number 1 to RMIT. You know, absolute amazing play. And even though Insert Coin got the MVP, but we all know in our hearts is OTR. This man with that Penta, it's more than enough to secure himself the unofficial MVP onto it. And then Kyrie might just follow right after that, but it's just an amazing display of brilliance from RMIT.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. They showcased their power. They came here to do a job, and they have done it well on the map 1 there. Focused up in the pick ban protect phase, and they deliver that into the game as well. You can tell RMIT have a renewed energy, a renewed focus coming into this season, and they are looking to try and take away their first game as a victory. We'll see if they are going to be able to deliver that same kind of energy in a map 2, though, because Quarry, they may have a renewed view on this series as well. You could see a very different pick ban protect phase coming before us into this next sector.
Indeed. I'm just not sure how we're going to get these bans through, because it feels like, yes, some was full targeted, some was just looking for the lookout. But then right after that, I felt like there were times where there was just no answer for OTR and Kyrie. They were able to just continuously apply pressure onto the backline, onto the air, and then onto, going to the next one in Aggressio. I don't think there's going to be too much of a switch onto the side of RMIT. They're happy to continuously ban away and play the lockout. But then Macquarie, they have a little bit of a problem right now. They have the dilemma. What do we ban out next? Is it going to be Kyrie? Is it going to be OTR? Like, if you do place one onto OTR, like, your Punisher that went through didn't really provide the value. So, where do we go from there? So, it's a little bit of a thought that they have to go through right now. And I believe going to the next PvP, this is something that we might see to unfold slightly different.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. I think that they'll probably try and focus up potentially around that Iron Man ban. I mean, they did ban around Smiles a little bit in the initial one where they banned that Captain America pretty quickly there. So curious to see how things go on this one. And just like that, Psylocke going to be locked out. Fair enough. Considering what we saw Kari do with that one, does not surprise me at all. Forge going to be banned out and potentially protected by RMIT. Okay, we could see some supernova coming out of this one. But what's next from Macquarie?
Oh boy. This is one of those things where Macquarie has to really, really think about, because yes, they ban away the Magneto, and that's something, which I guess it's okay to be playing around with. You don't want to give Air Ninja his Magneto. But at the same time, you got to think about everything else, because we have a Human Torch, right? They're going to be playing it themselves. That's going to be the way that they're going to value themselves at the side. RMIT, now with their bans incoming, I feel like they can be playing the keep lookout onto the back line. So Captain America is going to be banned away, which I guess is okay here and there, but I would like to see a strategist lockout.
Well, you could have your wish come true. Luna's being hovered there, and that could be locked out entirely by Macquarie here. Punisher being hovered by RMIT. Looks like they don't want to deal with that again. So fair enough, considering the impact that the Final Judgment had. I don't think they want to allow any kind of possibilities to come through of that nature. But saying that, Luna going to be protected for Macquarie. So Fate of Both Worlds will be at their disposal. What won't be at their disposal is Wolverine. RMIT consistent in that ban. I do not want to deal with Wolverine at all. But one thing they do have access to now is going to be that Emma Frost. But one thing they haven't banned for the Macquarie side is they haven't banned Captain America. So that gives Smiles the opportunity to play into that character should they wish. And I know that Smiles can play that very, very well. So we'll see if they're going to play in that direction or whether they look to jump on to the Emma Frost here. Just pondering their options for the moment, looking to see what they can bring into the fray.
I tell you what, the thing can potentially be brought out by RMIT.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to be hovering to anything else. They can just completely play into the thing for Air Ninja. Oh, it's not going to be that. But I tell you what, maybe if they decide to get a little bit more groovy with it on the defense side, it's definitely something that they can team up. But OTR, it's adequate for a on deck, which means that MQ is going to have to deal with a lot more firepower in the beginning. The sustain is going to be huge, and of course, with a little bit more here, I'm not sure what they want to do just so far. OTR has hovered to the Phoenix as well, which once again, I'm happy about. MQU though, there is going to be Tashi onto Hela and Accelerate onto the Psylocke. both is going to be one of those staple DPS where one plays consistent, one plays the off angles. Let's see if they can find that kind of success.
See if they can manage it here. And Ninja and Co. Gonna take away the show here. RMIT pressing up, trying to get it around the initial bend here. And Ninja doing a great job of isolating those lines of sight and dishing out some damage all the meanwhile. But Quarry doing their best to keep themselves online. But Ninja is focused up on their strategists. This is making it very difficult to keep their teammates alive.
Yeah, you can see just how much of a problem he's being an absolute menace. And of course, while he's on elevator onto the platform, he's going to remain uncontested. No one really to get him around. And of course, Dumb Chicken and Bob Frag, they are both out of here. And the rest is going to have to quickly get back while the healing is going to be supreme. The Wars is going to just completely separate. This is going to be the Divs, and the cleanup crew is here. Tashi and Diluwu are both out of here.
They are going to be down and out. Ooh, portal time though. Last moment comeback. We'll see if it does work out. As they jump onto the point. A Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Crescent there, using the God of Mischief to turn that one on. The Lubu has it available as well. God of Death going to be coming out though. Immediately deactivated. And here comes the next Fate of Both Worlds. Just as cycling them through. OTR tried to use Song Inferno, but it just did not work. Kari as well, the Supernova, but the healing is just too grand. Well, not for long. Kari now burning them to a crisp. And just like that, they get control of the mission vehicle again. And they are one step closer to pushing it over the line. No more Spidey, no more worries. First checkpoint locked in.
Yeah, that was just a ton of suppression coming in. And once again, you know, you have to walk up. The ladder is going to be here. And Ninja's very happy to be playing around. They are going to quickly lock out the outside entrance. And they said, you're not allowed to tunnel in. And so the only way is to face up and get into the corner, which a lot of teams are not in favor of because, you know, you cut yourself up. And once again, you know, you go in, you're just going to deal with a whole bunch of damage. Just like this, Kyrie opting not to do any more actually full smells. He's going to find the counterpart right here. At the same time, you know, sets himself up with a little bit more of an agency. That's fine, Tashi. And all of a sudden, this could just be a bit of a problem as Accelerate's also being taken out. They're all being forced away and cut off.
All forced away, cut off from the fray, but we'll see if they are going to be able to play into it one step further right now. Invisible Boundary is going to be on the line, but you know what else is online? It's the ultimate coming out from OTR and Ninja. Ready and waiting as well, patiently awaiting out that Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Crescent there. Strangling Prison comes through. Oh, look at that damage. It's just massive. They shut down the Goddess of Death immediately. And Kari is just jumping through them, slicing it up like butter. And they get the second checkpoint locked in.
Look at him. He is chasing. He says, you don't get to be playing. I'm going to force you all the way back. And that is a small point. You can see Air Ninja also acknowledging just how much room that they've made right now, looking to get a little bit more up. He's going to set this one up. Tashi got to be careful. You don't want to be looking up right there with our support. And Adam Chicken onto the Magneto. They are going to try to find the Tashi Crescent. They're both going to the side. The flying Kyrie. Absolutely devastating. And what a snipe. OTR is just very sharp right now. Fighting the rest of the ticks here. He finds the three. They all blow up. And right now, things are going to go kaboom. And MQU not even get to come out and play.
Don't even get a chance to come and play. And we'll see. They are going to be able to find a way to escape sooner or later. Uh-oh. Here it goes. It's time for the Fate of Both Worlds and much more to follow. Are they going to be able to bring things up? They try as they might. They have to try and win this fight. And the Fate of Both Worlds is just too powerful here. Insert coin 53. Bringing that one online. They still got the invisible boundary they can play into.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too worried as coming through Accelerate. He's going to play Insect Coin first. And so there's going to be one reset, but then he gets taken out to the side. So makes a dash to the side. They are going to be blocked, but here comes Meteor M. Doesn't find the full value, but Kyrie gets taken down at least. There is going to be the hover to Star-Lord. And that is going to be working out for them. MPU finally, they are going to be able to defend a little bit more. And everyone else gets cleaned up. And here comes the next question. How long can you do this? Because there's still another 2.5 minutes to go through with an onslaught from RMIT. OTR looking to kill his. Smalls also about to have theirs on the side of themselves. They will have to lose up very, very soon to the next fight. The thing is, if anyone gets picked up first, or if Blue goes down first, there's not going to be anything for them to muck around with because Crescent will just get completely targeted.
That's right, going to be targeted, but you know what else is getting targeted? Everybody by Tachi, the Galactic Legend is online. You thought we wouldn't see Star-Lord till the new patch. Well, Star-Lord's here today and bringing out the damage. Bigger the damage, strangling Prison, locks him in place for a moment. They aren't able to take much advantage of it though. Got a mischief coming out from Crescent. Here comes Insert Coin 53. It's the trade-off for the fate of both worlds. They're just dancing around the point. No one able to get enough damage through there, so they just have to bide their time. And here comes the next set of ults. Crescent is KO'd, and Delulu follows. Everybody's going down for Macquarie right now. They are getting staggered. RMIT are pushing this mission vehicle as fast as they can.
Yeah, that is really rough coming through. Macquarie trying to desperately come out of the gates. And when they come out, there is just so many buttons waiting for them to slap around. They are going to have to invest all the cooldowns really quickly. Accelerate and dump Chica. Here we go. First one out. Meteor M. Looking for it. Gets exposed to this plus one. Gets something out. Reset is coming through. That's the second one. Do we see any more? There is going to be easy reset. Looking at the Phoenix. Do we get it? There's going to be a nice connecting, but right on time, he's super level to the side. Looking at all the background, Deliver Crescent. They have to bear the rest of this one. The damage is coming through, but there's no finish until now. OTR finishes with a massive dungle to them, and now things are going to be looking a little bit more rough. MPU don't have anyone to the tank. There is going to be the Spider-Man trying to find him, Accelerate gets instantly shut down, and the denial is there. Capture complete for RMIT.
Great stuff. Hard work pays off for them, and they manage to go the distance, pushing the mission vehicle all the way through to the end. And so, the time has come for the sides to switch. Will we see a comeback from Macquarie here? Will RMIT take control and stroll ahead on this one? It's all going to be tested by both of these rosters right now.
Whew. What a play coming through. Like, if we get a full team up with, Johnny Storm and the thing, I'm just going to be very happy, but I don't think we're going to be looking at that future. Right now, it is going to be a pretty much the same stock standard coming from both sides. RMIT and MPU, they're both feeling it already. They say, well, I don't get to fully play into what I want, but this is going to suffice us as well. I feel like MPU, while they did struggle a little bit, they were able to at least find a bit of a solution, which is why this, I guess they are going to be sticking with Star-Lord. Having Bucky onto the side is an interesting choice in the beginning. If you don't get the Ducks in the beginning on the Bionic Arm, I don't feel like you have as much agency on the first 2 points. But then again, I'm not the one playing, so let's see what they got.
Let's see what they got. Let's see what they can cook up here. Is it going to be a hard-fought battle? Will Macquarie be able to stroll ahead with relative ease? It all comes down to this, my man. And already they're playing so aggressively into the choke point here, but Kari and Co are dishing out hellfire. Kari is jumping straight onto Delulu. Goodbye to our strategists right now. Crescent luckily got back into spawn just before they met their demise. Ooh, but look at this. They're playing into the flying team up. It's time for Ultron and Iron Man to have their time.
I think this is a much better choice coming through, because if you're not having any success with the air, you might as well go air yourself. and see what you can best do. If you have Ultron, Ultron and Iron Man, they can definitely look to chew through the Dragon Storm as well. But at the second, they're not really focusing on it, so they're just gonna beat the range of Ultron. Look at that, but gets blown up immediately by OTR. Invisible Boundary is gonna be invested in the cleanup crew is here once again. They don't even get to be playing into it. And just out of nowhere, it's just not working. RMIT completely shuts them down.
Completely shut down and not able to bring things up at all. So, let's see if they can get that vehicle moving again, or whether RMIT is going to be able to hold strong a while longer. Supernova is online for Kari here, so if Macquarie try and build things up, they've got things to deal with them. Macquarie, they've got tools at their disposal as well. I see that Soul Resurgence, speak of it, and it appears, but Supernova is burning them to a crisp, accelerates down, that's one strategist. And they have two more that they can play into. So, triple strategist is the game, but will it be the right one? Because RMIT are pummeling them again.
It's a bit of a rough one. As soon as you thought, this is the angle, you even spotted Air Ninja onto the offside, looking to maybe get an ult and cheeky one to go through. Right after that, it's just straight up checkpoint. There's nothing that they can do about it. No one really cares to be advancing. And, even if you have flyers, there should be some form of agency to grab them into it. But this air game is just not working out. Double Sonic Seduction. Once Amy normally gets blocked by Air Ninja. The other one aimed at the flyers, so Tashi immediately gets taken out. The Diluwa gets taken out, and bang! Don't get the kills right here, but more than enough damage has been marked out by everyone else. When everything melts from the front, everything else at the back is going to get pushed around. With only 1 minute left on the clock, MQU has some serious catch-up to do.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to put in if they want to get on top of this one. Otherwise, RMIT is going to be able to stroll past and lock in their victory. Macquarie need to find a way through this. They have 3 ultimates as the Rage of Ultron comes online from Accelerate. They are getting focused though. The KO could come through. The damage not good enough, however, and Accelerate will be forced to take a tactical retreat, but they're KO'd. Air Ninja now getting forced in the back line. They've got Strangling Prison should they require it, but they don't need it. Maximum Pulse, Invincible Pulse Cannon. Doesn't do much, but it does take down Kari. Soul Resurgence coming out from Crescent as well, doing their best to stay on point here, but the time is ticking down, and I don't know what else they can do here, Emp.
You're gonna have to put everything out. Do everything you can. You have to take it aggressively. Another Sonic Seduction is gonna be coming through, but there he is also gonna be just a little bit more Soul Resurgence. It's gonna be a hit fight on both worlds. They are both here. For the boundaries, the seductions, the meteor amps, everything is gonna be thrown. They're gonna find insect point at least. But right after that, Ansel Inferno finds one. Kari fighting the other one. The heals are down, but Kari at least gets taken out of here. There is going to be a little bit more of an agency. That's going to be just fine. Everyone's starting to fall RBT. There's a chance for MQU to quickly seize it and just get something, but they need to finish Air Ninja. He's still okay until now. He's a point quickly hovering to the Strange. They don't want to be dilly-dallying into another capture point. So here comes the portal. The OT continues. Rage of Ultron immediately channeled, trying to find any stragglers, but that rocket is still alive until now. Kara also down for the count. Kari not long for this round. And I tell you what, I believe this OT will make things go a little bit more smoother. The MQU has secured another 2 minutes and a half.
Ooh, they were on a knife's edge on that one, but luckily for them, they earned themselves a moment's grace. Will they be able to clear space in the same fashion heading towards this second checkpoint is truly going to be tested. They look to hold things back, and Groot is locking down these vanguards, shutting down the line of sight there, looking to isolate them from their teammates there. And they are dishing out a ton of damage onto this one. There's still plenty more work to be done.
Yeah, Air Ninja though, he eventually gets taken down. Was just a little bit too tasty for his liking. And Sonic Seduction is gonna find multiple members here, and all of a sudden, things are starting to look good. MQU will take that one. They severely need this timing, and so 1 minute 33 all of a sudden is starting to look rather tasty. And RMIT, one misplay that has costed them gives into this one, and Ninja is trying to find the off angle, looking at the backwards, strangled on prison. We might just be getting it, looking at it. He's gonna jump into it. There is gonna be the play. The investment is here, and there is gonna be the answer. Inferno looking at the back. I think it was just walked, and so the post. Oh, it is a massive triple with Peter and M stacked on the top. Tashi claims 4 for himself, looking for the 5th. He's gonna get denied by Accelerate. But here we go. The game continues.
The game continues. They push it past that second checkpoint, and Ninja now bringing the Hulk out. Changing things up. Will they be able to take advantage of this one? That is going to be the question. That is going to be the test here. Psionic Seduction is online should they require it, but they might just be able to get some KOs without it. They're certainly doing a good job of just pumping through the damage there. Speaking of, Psionic Seduction now online. Rage of Ultron coming through as well. Everyone trying to make an impact, make a stand here, but in third coin 53 has been shut down. The KOs are coming through for Macquarie. This is exactly what they need, to stagger out these KOs and find a way to make your stand.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This could be a bit of a problem. But do I see the thing? No, I don't see the thing. I thought there was going to be the full cover. But at the same time, one final fight is going to be given. And the son of RMIT, if they want to close this one now, they're going to have to do it right now. Supernova to the side. They are going to fight a nice off angle. The invisible pulse cannon is going to be a champion as well, but doesn't find anything just yet. Presser, meanwhile, his Wolfrak both gets taken down. And all of a sudden, Curry is going to be sacrificed for it, but they will take that one and accelerate. He's also going to get cleaned up. Just up to a thumb chicken, and he was left clucking onto the side by himself. All of a sudden, there is the turn. 53 seconds left with the clock. MQU, do they have a few more in them? They're gonna have to determine right now. One misfight here equals death, equals the finality of tonight's match. Even if they get to play as much as they want, you can see OTR. Here's the switch. Kyrie gets taken out early. And here's the seduction, trying to find the rest of the members. But they are going to be safe. Final judgment to the side is denied. And we might just be looking at MQU taking the full dominance.
Oh, this could be exactly what they need. Insert coin 53 denies though, jumping onto the God of Mischief, taking the fate of both worlds for their own here. Desperately trying to zone something out. Psionic Seduction coming out as well. The KOs are coming out in abundance. Tashi does find Kari though. Meteor M coming out. Ruh-roh. They don't find anybody though. And Smiles gets the choke slam and manages to push them away far away. The OT timer scores, but the portal too little too late. RMIT shuts the gate and takes a victory.
Oh, what a play. That was sick at the end. He finally felt that MQU was alive truly for the final game. But it was just a little bit too late onto it. And now you can see it. RMIT, the man to do it all. Kyrie, 59 kills. Doing so much with OTR. And I gotta say, what a force to be reckoned with. RMIT definitely deserved the victory in the end.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. They definitely played hard and they played fast. They made a large impact there. Macquarie got so close, but in the end, RMIT just delivered on all cylinders. So great to see their hard work paid off and they had a well-earned victory into their first series of the season.
Yeah, I think that was just crazy when it comes down to it. Lots of times where we thought, Ninja did such a brilliant job here and there. There was also times where, he did go a little bit more forward trying to push it and the rest of his team was a little bit desync and so he gets punished instead, which costed them those 2 points. But then right after, we're all good, we're all ready to go into it.
Yeah, we're all good. Exactly as we should be. And you know what? I'm feeling pretty good, but I think I'm going to feel a hell of a lot better in a second. We got Smiles on deck. Welcome in, man.
Hello. I've missed you guys. It's been too long.
We've missed you too, mate. It's always a pleasure to have you on board. And got to say, congratulations on your first big victory.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it sets a pretty good vibe for what to expect from us for the rest of the semester. A lot of that experience from last semester shining through, and a bit more new talent to help us push it that last bit along.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just have to say once again, I'd love to see that Concord poster.
It's the only thing decorating my walls. I don't have much else there going on, so I had to fill it with something. Took that from work, and I think it really motivates me to make sure I do my best in this game, so we don't have a repeat of what that was.
Limited edition, man. Love to see it.
None more like it.
But jumping into this season though, do you feel like playing through last season, it's really allowed you to reflect and I suppose give it your best with your new and improved roster?
Well, a lot of that experience in organized play last semester has helped us kind of get into a really good rhythm with how we like to play these different maps and how we like to run these different comps and how we even just talk to each other in these games. And that has been very nice, as well as the new talent, some from our open series teams, some that have just popped up and applied this semester, making the most of that, integrating that into what we know already, and it's a lot more smooth sailing our start to this semester of AEL than our start to last semester of AEL, and I'm just enjoying that fact a lot more.
Fair enough, looking at the performance for Kyrie and OTR, the team up was absolutely insane. Talk us through how, these guys communicate through, like, when it comes down to it. Like, it just seems, every time that they wanted to lock someone down, it was just, all right, we're going to do this quickly. And then Kyrie just jumps straight up and cleans up everything else.
Yep. Kari and Otto were just completely in sync all game. Between their giggling at each other on the Iron Man Squirrel Girl and just everything else, they're always on the same targets, always have coordinated dives on the enemy supports, and just know what they need to run, know what they need to adjust when it's not working. It's, at this point for them, it's almost non-verbal how synced they are.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. That's like a symbiote synergy there with Venom and Eddie.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Crazy stuff coming through from our players, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys shape into heading into the rest of the season. I guess one final thing is, are there any teams you're looking out for? Who do you think is going to be the team to look out for this season?
I think UNSW, our eyes are still on them as they've got a really, really strong roster. And QUT has had quite the shakeup compared to last semester. So I'm interested to see how games against those guys go.
No, great to see. And I'm looking forward to see when you guys play against them. But once again, Smiles, congratulations on your first victory for the season. I'm hopeful that there could be many more on the horizon. We'd love to have you on board. And I hope to see you and the team again soon.
Look forward to our next interview.
Always good vibes with Smiles. You love to see it. And love to see another victory on the board for one of our clubs here. So, incredible stuff from everybody here tonight. You want to see how well they did? Let's check it out right now. We've got our results for the evening, Amp. Take us through it.
Yeah, to start us off, it's a very nice 2-0 coming from UNSW over Swinburne, followed by UTS in a very surprising turnout from Deakin, and of course, followed by QUT against the Premier from the last season, QUT taking out 2-0, and the final one here, where I thought RMIT had the greatest of times. All smiles all around, even from the man himself. It is an absolute banger of match day number 1.
That's it, and taking a look at our standings, we have a tied up first place and a tied up 5th place between QUT, UTS, RMIT, UNSW, all going to be tied up in a first there. And towards the bottom side of the bracket, we have Swinburne, Macquarie, Deakin, and Monash. All are tied up for 5th place there. So this is how things look in the beginning. But we'll see how things shape up as the season progresses. But I'm feeling pretty good right now. So good that I want to say big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. Big shout out to AGON by AOC. And, it's towards the end of the night. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Amp. But I don't know. Who should I go to?
It is time to go to Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Migoreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer at indomie.com.au.
Oh yeah. Big shout out to our sponsors there, and big shout out to all of our teams for putting on one hell of a show. And if you enjoyed the show here tonight, everybody, make sure you check out AU Esports League on all your social medias, whether it's X, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, we are on it. Make sure you check out all of the action. Follow us through. We've got plenty more on the horizon. And I want to say thank you so much for tuning in this evening. We are going to be back same time, same place next week. So don't miss it. This season's only just begun, and there's more to be seen. But until then, everybody, we want to say peace out, have a wonderful night, and we will see you in the next one.